Good afternoon. 3 seconds in. Still morning on other coasts. I'm operating on the Eastern U.S. clock. So it's afternoon. So many apologies. I guess 9 minutes late. And playing this all by myself. So I can't just leave the screen up there. I have to go refresh. Go back to view your channel. I'll put Mr. Man back. Yep, we are live. No watchers. Not expected to be any. 2 seconds in when you're starting late. Oh, there's Mr. Bill Hughes. Greetings back to you, sir. Not going to play the Discord today, and it might be a good thing because I just looked down at the side of my computer and realized I am running on the wireless, not the wired. And I have no idea what would happen if I plugged in the wire, waited for that to get itself connected, and then cut off the wireless. I imagine it would kill the stream. It's all right. We did the first 40 something of them. Wi-Fi. I could not think of any good words to put on the Vin Diesel picture. Last minute, very late. That's what's up there on the screen and on the thumbnail is what got put up there. And Bill said, not sure yet. I'm on standby right now. And doing the instant thought association, I always say. Uselessly. Maybe I won't say. Maybe I will say. It's my hoose. Yes, you can, if you choose to, as an employee, sit around neglecting everything else in your life, hoping and sniffing at your phones, whining like a little puppy, for your bossy boss to call you and throw you a bone, or throw a stick for you to chase. But in a fantasy world space opera that will never exist on planet Earth, employees would demand, you want me to be on call? You got to pay me for my time. If I can't dedicate to my personal life, I got to be on the clock getting paid, even if it's minimum wage to be on the clock time. I mean, on call, on whatever time. And then the private messages in explainer. It doesn't matter. You do you. You be happy about it out there in the world. You don't have to make excuses. I'm being very what sounds like judgmental, but that's how I roll. Stop doing all of this stuff for free. Make the bosses learn what it really costs to do business. You shouldn't be knowing whatever it is that anybody's knowing. And if you take it personal, anybody out there listening right now, so sorry. I'm just flim-flamming based on something a little birdie beeped sitting outside my window. Uh, there should be none of that. It's a bad mentality we have in America. Go back and listen to all that garbage. Many previous streams about Elon Musk and his whole little dog house up there in Dog E house and all his 12-year-old volunteers doing whatever they feel like doing at our government because they can do it for free. And Bill Hughes said, watching Bailing Out Loud. I still haven't seen any of it. Why does everybody do this? From the top of our government to the very bottom at our cheap minimum wage jobs. Because they do. Does it matter that it's wrong? Nope. Because it's not wrong to them. They get seen as the good guy. Did you see me, boss? Did you see me, huh? Did you see me, huh? I'm making that funny noise because, or saying, did you see me? Because Vin Diesel, Riddick, up on the screen. He sees everything like a bat or something. Mm. Yep. Yep. Give me a chance to get all goofy, and I'll get all goofy. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. Sure, why not? Somebody throughout the sands of time may hear it and say, wow, didn't realize maybe we really should run our stuff correctly and be a right person instead of just being another a-hole who's only about me short term. Yaddy doddy daw. Oh 07. Oh. Long. A birdie told me and made me think dot dot dot. Hello. 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 Over. Did you see Vin Diesel's arms? Just saying. We got stuff on the checklist. I should have put a poll. I should have. Could have. I would have. I still can. I had to move that other thing off screen. Uh-oh. Chat box chatted. And then Bill Hughes said, I'm here. Thank you, Bill. And I would normally put the chat box on the main screen turn on so that people could see when I say stuff came out of the chat box. But so bad things might happen if you cover up Mr. Vin Diesel. He's showing off his in character super dude. Vin Diesel powers debate. Should we? Shall we? There was other not on the checklist to do list stuff that I was gonna holla. Got a lot of hours to fill today. And until, well, in a while, I can always make good fun. Have a good time. Even though I'm not romantically attracted or other stimulated attracteds to those that look to mine eyes like a Mr. Vin Diesel. I can make fun of it. I can have fun with it. Go see the down belows. He stands alone. Super movie madness. Hello, photo. This is a man meet. Hi-ho, sailor style. When we get to it. And then there's a hello from Elizabeth. And I said the whole thing about don't you dare cover up Vin Diesel. And I covered him up. You know, Elizabeth said, I watched Balin last night. It is on here and there on cable. But records so I can pick it up off the machine too. I feel sad for her. I have over decades seen many a disabled young person with drumroll, Antissa. Well, I'm waiting for the rest. Go back and listen to previous streams, or maybe I'll just tell it again, with parents and others who do not help them find others with similar real physical disabilities to learn how to be the best they can be, not just always feel less than. I had one cerebral palsy kid. See, these are the beauties of things. The dynamics of live streaming. And yep, I'm typing in the notepad, logging the time. We'll say it started at 11. Based on Bill's chat. Elizabeth chatted. And now we're talking about Elizabeth said cerebral palsy kid, a classic college. His mom hired a kid to go to every class for pre-med with him. The one good thing was the tutor companion was going to be a great doctor. Talking about those crazy days gone by. I don't even know what we're allowed to call. Neuro, Neuro, physical, neurophysical. I should say neuro. Log, just spell it all the way out. Or physically diverse or divergent. The words. What are the words? I don't know. If I did it imperfectionistly, then where do I sign up to be labeled such that I can use it as an excuse? I'm just joking. I liked when she learned to ride the bicycle. Eventually, I will go catch a hold of some of it. Let me get Vin Diesel's beautiful, beautiful. I don't know how they did it. I don't know anything about that stuff in some movie picture shows. How do they put the sparkle in his eyes? That's not those lights in the background. I don't know if it's a physical thing like contact lenses, or did they spend a lot of money back in those days? It cost a lot of money to hire somebody like LucasArts / Interactive Lights and Magic to put their computer to adding those little effects to those two little spots and track them and keep them correct. It was expensive once upon a time. Every kid couldn't just do it on their phone. For those of us with disabled brains, I wish the academic woke would STFU. Yeah, I like that university. And let us be our best instead of expecting everyone else to pander to us. They do not, and it makes it worse. Back to the list, I could not read it. The new Yahoo would not scroll emails. I figured it out, but it was too late to read it before coming here. Well, it's down below in the description. Always is. I don't think I changed it much. What's the name of the girl show again? It is Balin something. It's not that important. We'll say Balin, and I hope I spelled it right. Ask the interwebs. Balin. Internet celebrity. I wonder if it's the same one. Doubt it. TOU. That's the one. Balin out loud. Balin out loud. Cerebral palsy. Always and forever. My daughter. The eighth wonder of, she needs a capital of the world, capital T. Sweet Anita. Always and forever. If you can find it, Elizabeth. I'm not sure where you would find it. She goes over it many, many times. You have to search her Facebook and Twitters and T-Witch, the Halloween channel for streamers. And the YouTubes. Maybe I'll find it later and try to send it an email or link it in a comment, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll remember it. Oftentimes, Sweet Anita talks about the tough childhood and growing up with that kind of verbal and physical Tourette or Tourette's. And she's a true superhero herself. Speaking of superheroes, to me, because it never made her a miserable rickety rackety. She's always been very funny about it and very, I am who I am. If you don't like it, don't listen to her stuff. Even when it was tough for her, and I have showed it, I have discussed it, I have posted in my community. Bill and Elizabeth both answered out loud. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Go back to the other screen. I gotta keep up with stuff. I'm flying the solo. To watching. I was gonna go off on that tangent. The work or business of doing live streaming all by your lonesome. Sort of covered last stream a little bit during, hey Bill, NCPBSB and bad employees, bad bosses, bad licensees, bad board, ranting again. Not going down that road today. Spent all the time I wanted to spend on that last time. It's worth a listen. I said out loud, I'll say this so you don't have to go listen to another 4 hours of me screaming into the void about this. If you're gonna engage in stuff, get something out in writing. I don't know why I think of Bill during this. Bill, I'm sorry, I think If I was going to write this to someone, who could I write it to that they wouldn't be like, "If you a-hole, don't tell me how to do my job"? I always think, Bill. If I wrote a letter to Bill and said, "Dear Bill, I'm telling you this stuff again," and I'll point it out later, the Jack Nicholson movie where he purchased an African through one of those charity services and sent letters to his now owned by him African. Very funny movie. Even though it was a drama, they did good at the yin and the yang, the thespian masks. Anyway, dear Bill, get something out in writing to all of the field and make them acknowledge it. Then get supervisors out in the world and demand, without being dangerous, to inspect any hand G words and compare them to what's on the registration papers. We've had another incident in this world of stupid, criminal, SOB, useless security guard roaming around North Carolina with an unregistered G word because they got theirs stolen, and they haven't notified the board, and they haven't notified the boss, as they work dual for two companies. Nope, none of the ones you work with, dear Bill, the imaginary African that I purchased and I'm writing these letters to, homage to the, but drop the bomb on any officer who's playing games and keeping secrets. Terminated for cause, file complaints against them at the board, not just terminate in the permitium. Get your boss and me and anybody else so that we can all get together. And I said I wasn't going to go in this, but it so boils me over. Without any reward for it, and hating. I will go in front of the board and get together with somebody to write something that we've got to have more dang rules on the rest of us, because the bad guys are just too bad and run amok. So all the rest of us have to suffer. I would say, well, if we're not going to make anybody follow the rules and the laws, then let's just get rid of the board and the rules and the laws. But that ain't never going to happen. They make money off it. And they justify themselves. So yeah, that's it. Love, Dean. Thank you, dear Bill, African kid, for listening. No offense, Africa. It's from a movie. I'll look it up. Bill Hughes says, it's all good. You know that I listen and try to apply it as best I can. Yep, we all do. I go back and I listen to me and I say, man, whoever that guy is talking, even though he talks kind of funny, not funny as Carl. He occasionally has something to say. And did you see his high speed, low drag? Not no drag, low drag. High speed, low drag abuse of poor dear Marissa Tomei the other day. She's tough. She can take it. Besides, it was just all her caricatures. But yeah, let me get it bullet point, dear Bill of Africa. Something out in writing that inspections are coming. If anything has happened, including you didn't actually go to the range, maybe. If there's anything that could be questioned, you better own up to it, security officers. or bosses are going to get you fired and revoked, suspended, or denied at the board, not just terminated in the permitiums so that you wander off somewhere else. In that goofy way that licensees are like, kick them loose and send them over to the enemy competition with a reference. Sorry, we didn't have any work for you. For this wonderful officer. Nyeh, nyeh, nyeh. What a scumbag industry we work in. Sometimes. I thought of what harassment you all suffer as I watched that horror at the Department of Education yesterday. Those people just do not realize. It might make them a martyr, but they best thank. I don't know what happened at DOE. If you're talking about, if it was Maxine Waters and Company versus the security guard, that's down below in the description. It went out in the email. It made me laugh. Ha, ha, ha. It's a good example, Bill. Look it up. Maxine Waters, security guard. And it's below in the description. I sent it to you in the email. Where I could get super serious here about a public employee attempting to allegedly, according to some of the reports, mostly the far right, she tried to dox or doxed that security guard, like leak his name and where he's from out into the world so that not for any reason, not like all that hitting people in the face and doing this and doing that and rioting and all that other stuff that she's been out loud and proud crouching herself about. Well, everybody out there on planet Earth knows that we're just using words up here at Capitol Hill. We didn't really mean it. Biggest problems in our, they best thank biggest problems in our nation, those who let the bad guys keep doing the bad things. She did dox him. And for those of you that don't know, I I when the first time I wrote it down below in the description in lowercase, auto checker speller fixer converted it to uppercase. Apparently it's a thing. The truth of it all is, yes, some are bad and don't want to do any better, but there are some that good at least trying. And I'm gonna avoid it. I'll just say, of course, because we have 55 live streams now. I've probably said at least once in 10 of them. I don't give them that excuse. In security and law enforcement, if you don't do de- detect and prevent law breaking and detect and prevent rule breaking, including in your own house, then you are a hypocrite, immoral scumbucket, and get out of my security or law enforcement. There's no such thing as, well, we can't do anything about bad cops. What am I supposed to do about my guards? Because I can imagine the one I'm talking about running around with an illegal gun. G word, whatever. He purposely, for whatever reason, it doesn't make any sense, is keeping this from his employers. Embarrassment, stupidity, all of the above. Well, where in somebody handed me a little money So I'm gonna start me a security company and put all the rest of them out of business. Did you miss the point of you can do that kind of thing, but you're the head of that ship. You're a captain. You do have a duty to train and supervise your people. Because what happens if the bad guy guard that works for you and all your
All your cool.
coworker guards that, oh, well, what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Do you think anybody of these lawyers that only go after deeper pockets are going to go try to take away the upside down mortgage or the train wreck of a car or this broke idiot security guard? Or are they going to sue you and your insurers, security company owners? And are you going to sleep okay at night knowing that because of your refusal to even learn, in spite of your signing affidavits to the affirmative, that to be the qualifying agent and the designee in North Carolina, you understand every bit of 74C up and down and all of the administrative code, and you attest to manage and supervise? If you don't like it, get out of my security business. And I hope
Hello.
they do sue you bosses to death. Hello, George.
He must have got on early.
Well, I got on 9 minutes late.
Okay.
Anyway, good conversations, and we already jumped into the checklist item, just the way things flowed, about Maxine Waters and that private security guard that's my new hero in private security, especially if she really did dox him and subject him. I hope Donald Trump immediately orders Secret Service protection for him and his coworkers. And then Elizabeth said, man, I haven't been keeping up with the timestamps. So I'm going to have to say, went off on the private security tangent because of last live and the Maxine Waters thing. Oh, nope, nope, it ain't oh nothing. 33. Oh, still working on runny mouth waters. Waters and security and stuff like that. I think that'll make a good, and how amazing those arms are of Vin Diesel. I'm going to keep saying stuff like that the whole time. All right, chat catch 'em ups. They're all bad. I already read that one. Sadly, I realize she is not the worst. And none of them realizes their handlers are not going to blink an eye or lose a big buck. If they get KIA'd, hated, or ruined in soul by doing what the big boss tells them to. I feel the earth that I live in flushing itself, and me being a turd on this earth, being dragged down into the vortex. But I grab the rim and I will float down here. Yes, they all do. I could segue or tangent immediately from that, from all of the ICE agents out there in our country right now, trying to get, like I started a while ago with these other security peoples and such. hoping that they're going to get some kind of acknowledgement or reward, or they'll just go home and think, if he could ever find out what a butt kicker and name takers later I am, Donald Trump would say, give this guy a Presidential Medal of Honor for being a bad cop. Yep. The lunatics that think they're in charge of the lunatics that are the lunatics that are the asylum. That's what we call in the management of people business cat wrangling and rope pushing. And so Maxine Waters should be aware that she's one of the ones that's been out loud and proud accusing Donald Trump wrongfully of mind controlling all those people on January 6th with his powerful psionic battle helmet brain control device that Donald Trump has. Are you projecting much? Then why don't your words that could lead to some nut hurting a poor private slob working private security guard, Maxine Waters? Words have meaning and consequences. She'd be just another one. Something when my wife brought me the video last night, she said, it made me think about, you always say, besides the, if it isn't written down, it didn't happen. Man, I love that security guy. Because that's how he identifies. You're not on the list. He didn't tell her that. I, I was thinking the whole time, like at the door of a nightclub, you ain't on the list, and you ain't naughty or a hottie. That's what I've got in the description. If your name's not on the list, you ain't getting in. Unless go see Pink Floyd's The Wall. How did the bad girls get backstage passes? That's all I'm gonna say about that. He said, "You ain't coming in. You can get somebody on the inside to come out here and say, yep, we're gonna escort her in, or get them to provide a written list of who's allowed in, because they didn't provide us one, and without a list, no one's coming in." Heart, heart, heart. And of course, she got loud and goofy and dumb. I guess we should look it up just to be sure, even though I'm not going to let it drag me down. Let me take you down. Waters, docks, security. Fox. Watters. Watters. No, I didn't mean that. And why is my screen white now? It's supposed to be in dark mode. Maxine. Somebody send the marshals. Somebody send Arnold Schwarzenegger and get that poor security guy erased. Spend and blame Maxine Waters. Here you go, Donald Trump, Elon. Dear Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Those are the names of my Jack Nicholson in the movie purchased Africans right this second. I'm writing a love letter to the little African I purchased through a charity. Dear Donald Trump and Mr. Elon Musk, scrape about $30 million out of FEMA money and dedicate it to protecting that security guard and his company, but scrape it from Los Angeles's rebuild after the fire FEMA money. Say, hey, Maxine Waters, you did it. I would. That's why I can't be around presidents and stuff. Dear friends, Donald and Elon, my little Africans. That's why I could never. They'd say, what did you just say? Yep, that's what I just said in my fictional letter in my fictional sequel to the, or reboot of the Jack Nicholson famous movie. I'll have to look it up later which one it was. Unhinged Clash. Something on YouTube attempted to dox a security guard. AOL, most of these don't include the word doxed. Washington Post. Rep Maxine Water denies her staff doxed Republicans. That means they did. Oh, wait. That was in 18. This wouldn't be the first time then, would it? And see, here's what happens. This is how this rolls. All them little nuts that live under the big nut. She is their queen. They sit around 24 hours and 24/7 on call without written documentation or anything else, waiting to be her hero. But for plausible deniability, they do these horrible, evil, wicked things and don't tell her. Well, that's your mismanagement, Maxine Waters. If you don't know by now, after you've been through this all the way back, because she did that crap in Los Angeles when I was there, quelling riots. The guard showed them his government credentials. She did announce his name and said he was refusing to allow Congress in. They had no right to get in. She needed to review her Congress. Yep. They've become accustomed to a certain lifestyle. So guess what? Go sue your previous, we voted him our sovereign king, for your jobamony. That would be Joseph R. Regulations and rules. She could have subpoenaed this secretary with legal reason. There was no reason for their antics. Yes, there was, because she has to go do this crap to earn her votes in Los Angeles, or wherever she's from now. And hey, everybody, I'm not doxing her, it's out there. Where, and don't anybody do anything violent or stupid towards Maxine Waters. Ever. Never, ever. It won't undo the harm her and her minions do to anybody else. You can't undox the doxes. Yuck, yuck, yuck. What does? Where does? I should have said, well, I don't know. Where does Maxine Waters represent? Waters has represented large parts of south central Los Angeles and the Los Angeles coastal communities of Westchester, and never mind all you Brits and Massachusetts people that call that Westchester, and Playa del Rey, because California's right. We read all the letters and say all the syllables. And Playa del Rey, as well as the cities of Torrance, and they don't pronounce that Gardena. It's Gardena. Hawthorne. Inglewood, and Lawndale, Los Angeles area. She was Big Cheese in 1991 and 92 in the local hood. And called for violence then, too.
Yeah, but screams when she actually gets violent.
Yep,
Going, that's not fair. That's not fair.
they all do. Politicians gonna politic.
Yeah, I know.
And until the Mimmins start holding any of their feet to the fire by not voting for them anymore, I guess I'll say
Well,
this. I'll say this, Maxine Waters.
actually,
I guess you're the
let
lesser
her
evil.
serve.
Better her than
Let her,
the mortar evil. Go ahead, sir.
let her serve her. What's left of her Congress session in jail because she has multiple times invoked violence, which is against First Amendment and is under the act treason. Treason. I
Yeah, I
mean, she's
know.
gonna
I
hold.
understand. It's one way it
I'm
could be
just saying.
looked at, but she's very careful about what she says, including this messing with the security guard.
Well,
It's no different her saying what she said and the things that her staff is out doxing people than what Donald Trump did on January 6th.
actually, it is because she said, "Go get in their face, push them out." She's invoking violence. He did not. So there's a big difference. She's multiple times invoked violence. And same thing with those. This is war. War.
Man, I hate all politicians that use that one. And I'm sure
I
somebody out there
understand.
would jump all over me for saying it, but I just don't recall Donald Trump using that word about politics.
He didn't. They did.
They all do that. Man, the
Well, I'm just
worst.
saying, Trump didn't use those words, go get in their faces. He said, go let your voices be heard. She said, go get in their faces. Go push them out. Tell them they're not wanted. Go do this. Go get in their faces. Go get when they're having if they're in a restaurant. Go get in their face.
Yep.
And if we're gonna hold one group accountable, we need to hold both groups accountable. That's all I'm saying. It either applies to all or applies to none. And when they encourage groups to go physically attack people, back such as back 2019, 2020, Seattle, Washington, that is insurrection. That and them backing those people or encouraging those people is in the definition of treason and insurrection.
Yeah, we don't, I don't know about all that going on the definition they use. She didn't organize a group and declare herself the new El Presidente of the Maxine Waters State and Union of States Confederacies.
You
It's
don't need to
inciting
do that.
riot. It's to me.
It's inciting riot, but when they tell them to go after federal installations under the National Treason Act is treason. Lending comfort and aid to the enemy.
Yeah, I'm sure we could dig a whole bunch of stuff out of the Patriot Act. It's really
Well,
disgusting, and they get away with this at every level. I really do. If nothing else,
I'm even
they
even
got a
before the Patriot
majority.
Act.
Yeah, they got a majority Republicans. If nothing else, censure her in Congress. Tell her you're off everything. Go sit over there and shut up.
Yeah.
And if you
And if
do it
need be,
again, we'll kick you the heck out of here. Then we'll
and
take
if
your
need
name
be,
off the list for the door to get in here.
and if need be, if her district backs her, censure the district. Use an old style punishment where they said, well, if we can't control you, we'll have your group control you. And if we can't control, if your group can't control you, we'll censure them as well. Because how much federal money is spent in that area?
Well, I definitely don't agree with that.
Well,
If we applied
I'm not
that to
saying all
the
of
whole
California.
country, then we could say, well, every state that voted red, Congress can cut their money
I
off.
didn't say. I said her district, not her state. She's not the only one from the state of California.
Yeah, but if you just said
Her
it
district,
has to be applied equally. All
yeah,
the districts that sent electors because the
that
people
are
back Donald Trump are called states. So if we're going to allow her to cut off money to Los Angeles because people vote for her, then we should be
well,
allowed
no,
to
not
cut
because they
off.
vote for. Is she is their representative? Is she not? Is she their representative?
Yes.
Okay, then that means she speaks for them.
Okay. Well, he's our president. Anybody
Yeah,
who put him up there
he's
that he speaks
everybody's
for
president.
should have their money cut off,
That he's
according to
speaks
what
for
you're just
everybody.
saying.
That's fine. Let's cut everybody's money off. Everybody. I'm down with that. And watch
I
how
am too.
fast things change because Congress has to get off their butt. As you said earlier, Congress controls the purse string. President can't technically cut their money, but he can refuse to sign the budget. And if he refuses to sign the budget and they don't have enough votes to override his veto, hmm, there are political ways that he or them or us can hold her feet accountable. Personally, if I was that security guard, if she laid one toe, fingernail, hair length, or whatever on me, I'd have her arrested for assault and battery. As it is, with her getting in his face, that's assault. Then also file trespassing charges on her.
Yeah, I guess that should have come up in the last stream where we had there's time and place restrictions, and go listen to all of Audit the Audit and buy their book.
Yeah. I mean, let her finish out her like term in jail. She has done more than to break the law that she could go serve time for. The problem is, and it's not a problem. I kind of agree with it. The other side is not as petty. They don't try to use the law as a strong arm to go, okay, don't do this. Even when they have more than justifiable grounds. Because she has numerous times have invoked fighting words to incite riot. Has she ever been sanctioned, ticketed, arrested for it? No.
Yeah,
And if they're going to arrest,
I
if
hear you, but this is just my opinion on it is, and she should not.
well, I get that. I understand that. Then we need to free everybody that was at January 6th.
He already freed them.
Everybody. Not
No,
all of them.
I
There's
know
still
you're.
some in jail.
That's
They haven't
okay.
freed all of them.
They did actions.
He's
What
done
what
actions.
you're saying is that for some reason Maxine Waters should be imprisoned or something for words she used that she had no control, direct control over somebody who did actions based on her words, but we
If
cannot possibly ever hold Donald Trump to that standard. That's
if
what you're
I
saying, sir.
No, sir, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying hold her responsible for actions she has taken. If I was to, over the internet, tell a bunch of people to go storm a building, let's say
Anything. That doesn't matter.
anything,
A building.
a building, and people heard me and did it, I'm responsible for what they did
Morally. Not under the law.
under the law. I incited a riot
No,
with words
inciting riot is you being actively involved in the crowd at the time and using those
or
words.
or with words. You can. That's the reason. There are limits on your free speech. If your free speech uses fighting words to incite a riot, to someone to be attacked, you are responsible. That's the reason it says peacefully assemble to petition your government to air your grievances.
Yes.
It's been
I concur. I just have a different viewpoint of it.
oh,
Because I don't care
then
what you
then then
said.
we then
Even
we
if
don't
you said it
censor
here,
anybody. Let them spend all the money. Let them do whatever they want. They're little kings and queens. If you can't hold all of their feet to the fire for what they say and do, then we can hold nobody's feet to the fire. That's what I'm saying.
okay.
If they're going to go after Trump, they need to go after Waters and all the others that have done this. And I mean every last one of them.
Okay, and that's again, you're not. Yes, if we say if that stuff. Nobody ever went after Trump for the words he used on January 6th in his whole speech.
Go listen. Have you heard his words?
Yes, sir, many times. But see, you're talking
Okay.
away from the truth of it. Have you read
No.
the indictments and the appeals?
Yes.
It has nothing to do with anything he said on January 6th. And anything to do with anything anybody did on January 6th, except for submitting the false state of electors. So I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying if
No,
somebody
I
had
said
charged him for that stuff, then yes, they should be charging every one of them.
no, I'm also talking no, the people there, not the president, people that actually were on the Capitol stairs. Those that were speaking and pushing the ones to go in and the ones that go in. If we hold them accountable for their action, we need to hold Waters accountable
If
for
she
her
put
actions.
her hands on that officer, yes. If she did not, then she was just blowing hot air in some guy's face and he responded very professionally.
Did she not tell people and ask for people to go get in a Republican's face, regardless of where they are and what they are doing,
Yes,
and force them out?
yes.
Okay, then that's inciting violence.
Offered them nothing. If they're so stupid that they went and
You
did
don't
it,
have to. You don't have, according to the law, you don't have to offer them something. Oh, here's $10. Go beat him up. No, you don't have to do that. I want you to go do X over there to those people over there. That's inciting riot.
Elizabeth said, "Oh, she told one woman to do something, and the woman said no, and they argued. The woman said, I'm not going to whatever it was for you." Yep.
Well, that's a smart woman.
And that's what's wrong with everybody at January 6th. They thought they heard a thing, and one of the Proud Boys or Oath Keeper guys, Donald Trump's pardon didn't cover the other charges he'd been charged with, so he's back in federal penitentiary. Every single individual who did actions. It doesn't matter who
How
they
many
think
people
told them
in
to do something.
2019 attacked police officers and federal buildings?
That was 2020.
In part of 2019 because of the Floyd riots.
Floyd was
It was
2020.
both years. Both years. It was, but I'm just saying the actions were both years. That
She
was just
did not.
ugly 2 years. But how many people, after she and a few others gave their speeches, actually carried out actions where they attacked police officers as well as federal buildings and law enforcement buildings and burned down stores? And they told them to go do it. Go do this. Push them out. Not let your voices be heard. So we need to start rounding up huge numbers of people and putting them in jail for all that. But to my knowledge, not a single person has gone to jail for burning those stores or um, pushing the cops out or damaging the property, private and public. Not a
Elizabeth
single one.
said, well, to your knowledge, yes. She did not touch him, and he was great. She poked that big witch finger of hers right up to his face, but made sure she did not touch him.
Yeah.
But a cop inside moved towards the door closer. In the hearings, FBI Director Wray finally admitted that the bus or buses of agents in plain clothes were a big part of those who ran up those stairs and over those fences and into the windows. Well, I don't know what to say about all that. I think there's a good amount of untruthery happening on all sides. I don't care what kind of agent they were. If there was actually anybody involved, not everybody's confusing the terminology. Informants or assets are not agents. If sworn law enforcement officers, federal, state, city, county, town, did crimes, there's no exclusion. They're not allowed to get away with it. So, whether or not they charge them and convict them, it doesn't matter to me. We know it's rules and laws for thee, but not for we.
Yeah. Personally, I
And
wish
it
there
does
was a
not
way I could
excuse
get well.
anybody else from anything else that anybody else did. Every individual is responsible for themselves. In my book,
Yes, yes, I agree.
I don't
So why
care
don't
at
we do that
all
to
if
our
Donald
politicians?
Trump had got up there on January 6th morning and said, burn that MFer to the ground and then submit your name to my secretary or whatever, and we'll get you a pardon signed this evening. I don't care if he said that. He's not responsible for them doing it.
Well, then you disagree with the law. I mean, but the law says if he was to say that, he is responsible. That's called inciting a riot.
Maybe so. The Congress at the time did nothing upon hearing Ray's testimony, but he admitted every person on the bus or buses except the drivers who drove the buses away were on duty being paid. FBI working. I guess so. I don't know. I haven't seen the hearing. And I ain't going to look it up. I get the idea that if I went and looked it up and read the transcript, it wouldn't exactly say that. And even if it did, then the Congress, it's a Republican majority Congress that was running that. Why didn't they shut the FBI down when they heard it? The law and order Republicans just demand right now, send an order, we all vote, send it up for the president's desk. We don't care what you do, Joe. We just killed their funding. If bus loads of on the clock federal law enforcement officers were breaking the law in order to do something to the president, then the FBI's gotta go. There is no such thing as a good FBI, period.
You said it. And what's even worse is this is not the first time that the FBI, thieves, whatever you want to call them, have had agents go in and push people to do wrong, whether it's with words or action. See the 60s and 70s.
Well, then I'm still back at, well, then, okay, if that's all what it is, then why doesn't Trump and Elon Musk and advisors and company, why didn't they on January 21st lock that place up? What's wrong with Donald Trump that he can't understand those hearings? Why doesn't he hear what you guys are saying?
Well, he did one just not lock the doors. He started going after the individual agents, a la all those that lost their security clearance. He started going after the agents who were fulfilled the illegal orders.
What illegal orders?
If you are given an order as a law enforcement officer to break the law in order to get someone else to break the law,
Right.
you broke the law.
Okay, well, where's this order?
It was
If it
one of the
ain't
first.
written down, it didn't happen.
Then go look at all those other papers he signed because he pulled their security clearance so that they cannot operate as FBI agents. He effectively fired them without saying you're fired. He doesn't have that power.
That has nothing to do with on what evidence. He can do that. He's the president. Even if it's just because he has a perceived, they signed their names to investigative reports on all the crimes that he did. But that's fine. He's allowed to be vindictive. What I want to see is, you said they were following orders. Where's the written order? Or they weren't following orders.
Orders don't have to be written. I know you say if it's not written down, it didn't happen. Well, that's not how reality works. You can have verbal orders, and you just don't have proof of said verbal order.
Right, and
I don't have the clearance to go up to
there
D
was no
I
crime.
don't have the clearance, and neither do you, to go up to DC to start looking at certain federal documents. He does, and apparently he found they knew about him, so he pulled the clearances. It wasn't just vindictiveness.
Okay. I'm saying okay because I understand that's what you want to believe. What I want to believe is different. If there was any proof, anything written anywhere, a single sheet of paper in a log from one of those agents, allegedly, that said my boss told me to do this thing. If something happens to me, publish this document. It would be open in the public, in Congress, or in a court, and that agent would be protected under a whistleblower status. And it doesn't exist, so
We don't know it doesn't exist. It just hasn't come to light yet. And most agents aren't going to leave that kind of paper around. They might have a copy of if they have written orders, their written orders.
And Elizabeth
But
said,
there
I
again,
understand what Dean is saying, also what Georgia say. I also am old. And when the secret police and LAPD were found out and fired, Chief Gates managed to, by error, shared all the something. Something's coming. Chat box is very limited. And I'm certainly not trying to belittle you, sir. We're both just speaking passionately. Let me make it clear to the internets in general, whoever comes along. We're all free to believe whatever we believe. He believes that, and he ain't alone. And I believe what I believe. And I'm probably all alone. Well, I'm cool with it. If we don't ever expose ourselves to a view other than our own, then we're useless. I do appreciate it, George. I was waiting. I thought there was. Oh, here it comes. By error, shred all the documents. Ray, the FBI director, admitted in a congressional hearing that he knew and allowed that bus or buses of undercover officers to go there. But Pelosi herself has also admitted it was. It was. It was the night before January 7th. Actually, the day. And I still find it very difficult to believe because if that was said out loud and proud in public, in Congress, in a publicly held Congress meeting, then why did nobody do nothing at the time that the information became available? Why would those FBI
because
agents
nobody wants
still
to,
be sitting up there waiting for Donald Trump to whatever he did?
because as you've said in numerous other times, they are scared little children and they don't want to be censured by their drinking buddy.
I guess. Pelosi has also admitted it was. I'm waiting for it. Wait for it. Doxing. And we still come back to there's nothing anybody in this country can do except the Republican controlled Congress itself.
Providing the Republican Congress are united. If you have
Somebody
enough,
go get
if
that moron who's the Speaker of the House to introduce a demand to censure her and remove her from everything. Oh, you can vote, but you're not on any more committees and you have no more power. Like they did to Marjorie Taylor Greene for her first whole 2 years or whatever it was. I don't even remember what they censured her for. Something dumb like posting on her
Oh,
X
here she goes.
accounts. I wrote Al Green today and told him, being a stooge for whoever told you to file impeachment is not going to stand up for you, and they will run off with the big bucks. Yep, they will. And if I believed it would do any good, I would go clickety click and find the Speaker of the House contact page and put there myself. Hey, MFer,
She
from
said she'll be right back.
my soul brother in the security business, you need to censure her severely, immediately. Stop messing around with everything else you're messing around with. You're not going to get the Constitution amended, unamended, to get Trump a third term. I know. Go lick wipe his butt another way. Spend some of my Congress time, you flunky, making it clear that you will not put up with this behavior from members of Congress. I remember when they put, what the heck did, now I gotta look. I gotta look. And I don't like her. Don't like her a bit. Used to offer her free G-word classes because all the G-word guys let her go out like they do all women's and hurt themselves with G-words and be stupid with G-words. I used to offer Marjorie Taylor Greene free G-word classes, but she never took me up on it. So I finally revoked the offer. For you, 1,000,000 times much more than I would charge anybody else. What was, and when is she going to drop the green? Marjorie Taylor Greene Garin. Come on, fingers. Censured for. That's the Google box. What? I remember Pelosi called it the penalty box, to coin a sports phrase, and Marjorie Taylor Greene making lots of very good humor jokes about her bad girl box or her penalty box or go sit in the corner. That was funny. What was MTG censured for? Oh, here it is, right at congress.gov. Want the answer? Go to the horse mouth. Straight from the horse's mouth. Paste it there. Oh no, my chat window disappeared. Dang it, Dean. You don't drive this thing good at all. I can drive that truck. That was a horrible Mel Gibson in Road Warrior. Okay, send a message to Musk. To Mike and Musk about censure. Good job. Tell him to holla. Give him my channel numbers. Don't give him my email. I had 60 spams at least a day. I don't want any more spam from any more politicians. Because I will reply to it. You go suck a bag of ice cream cones. I pay you. I can say whatever I want to. And that's an order. Let's read up on what kind of nonsense. If I remember, it was nonsense. HRES 610, that means House Resolution number 610, censuring Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene way back in 07-25-23. That can't be the first time. She was censored prior to that, I thought. How many times have they busted her chops? Resolution. Whereas, I love the whereas format. My long form CV says whereas, and whereas I am utterly disrespectful to this format. Has repeatedly fanned the flames of racism, anti-Semitism, LGBTQ hate speech, Islamophobia, anti-Asian hate, xenophobia, and other forms of hatred. Holy cow. Whereas, MTG, I'm going to call her that, has repeatedly debased the memories of thousands of victims of the terrorist attacks on September 11th, 2001 by perpetuating conspiracy theories to shift blame and responsibility for the mass red rum. If Congress can say it, YouTube, why can't I say it? Please? Lighten up our rules just a little bit. Please? The YouTube? Whereas MTG has repeatedly assaulted the foundation of our democracy by perpetuating conspiracy theories related to the January 6 attack on Capitol, which sought to halt the peaceful transfer of power. I guess, maybe. That's kind of a loose definition of what they sought to do. Whereas Representative MTG has repeatedly called for violence against elected representatives and their families. No, she hasn't. There we go. Somebody copy paste this. Elizabeth, I sent you the link. Tell them to just search and replace Marjorie Taylor Greene with Maxine, what, no middle name, Waters. If it was good for Marjorie Taylor Greene because of what she posted on her at the time was Twitter, now X, then for her and her mismanagement and malfeasance, the big long spelled out A before E except after British rule and all that other stuff, malfeasance over her staff, censured. And whatever the guy's name is. Elizabeth is a good person. She knows the names of these flubs. I just call them all flubs. Mike. Is it Mike Johnson? Is he our speaker? I could search Google, but I don't care to. Hey, Mike. Whoever you are. Donald Trump, from the White House, issue a memo to all Republican members of the House. If you don't censure her for what she did to that one lonely security guard, I'm going to get you primaried. I'll veto your Republican bills. Do the right thing, especially because it's against her. Espoused anti-Semitic rhetoric and conspiracy theories, including through inflammatory evocations of the Holocaust. Man, whatever. Representative MTG on May 20th, 2021 said, did she say it or did she post it on some kind of media? The mask mandate in the House of Representatives was akin to Jews being put in trains and taken to gas chambers in nasty Germany. Did she really say that? So what? Her words didn't hurt anybody. I'm glad I never saw this back in the day. This is so stupid. Oh, I'm not reading all these whereases. Holy cow, there's like 100 of them. Resolved that number one, Marjorie Taylor Greene be censured. Number two, forthwith present herself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. Number 3, be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. Yeah, okay. I don't even know what censured means. I know that it meant she could not serve on any of the committees, of which they probably have 12,000. She was not allowed for a period of time of censure to serve on a committee. That's it. Well, blast Maxine Waters with it, please. Maxine Waters committees. Let's find out. At thecongress.gov, what committees are you in? That old friend, sister girl, brother, sister girl from California. Well, this doesn't necessarily mean current active, but House and Senate. She's on all kinds of committees on both sides, and special interest committees and joint committees. She's in the Joint Committee on Printing, the Joint Committee on Taxation, Joint Committee on the Library, Joint Economic. Off. Done. Fired. You're fired. Holy cow, he wrote, Joe, call me, you're fired. I almost laughed to tears. Almost. But I did laugh a lot. And I still am. I love it. Thank you, Donald Trump. If we can't have fun doing it, why should we do it? Because Joe could have fixed that well in advance, getting his security clearance revoked and denied. All he had to do was say, hey, on January 20th, before I leave office official, I want my security clearance revoked, removed, rescinded, resigned, whatever you call it. And let it be known, I don't want. There's no saying if Joe Biden's even getting the daily brief or whatever they call it. It's an optional thing afforded to former presidents. The fact is, Joe and all of his people around him weren't forward thinking enough to say, is there anything that Donald Trump could do to us that would make him look good to his fans and followers? And even the people that really hate him and the idea of him, like Dean. And let's make sure he can't do that to us. Nope, they're not that smart. They probably sit around shrugging. Well, we don't care. We don't care. You care. I know you do. And that was classic and cool. You're fired. Bravo, Donald Trump. Bravo. Agriculture, appropriations, armed services, budget, education, finance, House administration. There you go. Administer the House, you goof. Rules. Yep. Maxine Waters got to go. Yeah. Not for any ding-danging thing. And I can argue right along with George. I'll run in right at his shoulder and say, words are actions. Here we go. Her feet blocked into that hallway doorway. Her mouth spouted stuff at that poor guy just trying to do his job. She did not specify out loud and proud in all of her entitlement. She should daggone well know, but none of them do because they don't really hold anybody's feet to any fires. Daggone well that when you're done getting your little brownie points and whatever with your people back home who are going to give you their hard-earned monies and their votes no matter what. Step out on the stairs or the outside of the sidewalk where you still got the cameras on you and say, hey, I acted a little immature or whatever. And I just want to say to all of my staff and anybody who believes in the Maxine Waters, listen, leave the guy alone. There's blame to go around everywhere, but he's just a working guy. She didn't. She could have headed this whole thing off. Testimony, they were all trying to figure out what this was about Marjorie Taylor Greene. It also served the great or those they are supposed to be caring about. Yep. Ay, ha, ha. Refresh the page. To watching. Bill, did you fall off? Are the numbers misreporting? That was a good run. This leads to this. This leads to that. It was a good conversation. At 3:41 p.m. And I don't know if I offended you, George. I'm sorry if you smashed your
You didn't
mute.
offend me.
Oh, okay. You just been quiet for so long.
Well, because I didn't think I'm
Eastern.
multitasking. We got things going on in the background. And I didn't think you wanted going over the airways.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Right now, Dean.
I didn't hear what she said. I heard my name. Yay.
We're prepping steaks for the freezer.
Ooh. You can prep steaks for the bellies. Elizabeth said, yes, a good conversation, and text to Mike and Mark. See, something can come of all this. If nothing else, get that old gal censured. Put her in the penalty box or whatever they called it, and then go back and look up all the cute little nicknames Marjorie Taylor Greene gave it. Just sit over there. If I had any power, she'd have to sit over there with the, back in my day, they called it the dunce cap. But it looks a lot like a princess hat out of the cartoons. With that on her noggin. You want to be in here? You got to wear the hat. Give her that little cap with the helicopter propellers on top of it. You remember those things? Anyway, let's take a break. I'll be right back. Homegirl and text. Be right back. All right. Working the way back in. Let's get Mr. Diesel back up. Oh, close the folders. I wondered what that was. There he goes. Check out them giant arms. I lent them to him. One day I'll get them back. Yeah, about the time I do 200 push-ups and 300 million reps of the weight bar. He said, you want them back? Earn them back. Because he didn't get them from anybody but himself. Back. Check ketchup. Ketchup. Oh, Uma Thurman. What a great joke. Pulp Fiction. Go look it up yourself. Elizabeth said, yes. A good conversation in text to Mike and Musk. We are rather formidable, native and wasp and Jewish and Christian, educated, and like ourselves. I have to go shopping in a few minutes. We got to get our pre-gaming dips and relax tomorrow. Snacks. Oh, yes. Today we're pre-gaming. Tomorrow we'll gaming other than and hope it doesn't interfere with people that love them some football and Super Bowl. Go football. Yay. Hit a home run for me. I know, I'm being goofy. I ain't the sports guy. I either go when Tim goes or can't get there. The store is 17 miles away across a super fast highway without signals. And no bus that I can figure out. Comes about every hour or two, except weekends. Yep. That's life outside of the big city. In case anybody forgot, we'll just say it and write it up here again. Super Bowl, that superhero of America, is tomorrow. Yay! There, wrote it. Vin Diesel, he fine, I guess. Without Elizabeth hanging around, I don't know that I want to talk about dudes. Let's see. Let's check the viewer count. Bloop. Hide a minute, Vin Diesel. I was today old. Nope. Still only 2 watching according to my stat page. It's been wrong before. If there's more than 2 watching, stats are messing up lately. Which reminds me, I have to go look at something. Might as well do it on screen. Here we go. Stats and stuff of YouTube. Sean's near miss video. Oh, open link in new tab. Says the tube. Says me to tube, and then I drag the daggone thing over. Ooh. Come on, fingers. Cooperate. Go to my bell thingy. Go to the thing where he replied. Yesterday, I don't know, we're friends. We're real good acquaintances. We've helped each other out plenty at the shouting matches and stuff like that. Yesterday, he uploaded a little video that I said, ha ha ha. I need to use that video all the time because I do ask in my classes during the psychological part of defense. Have you ever been in a near traffic accident? Not a real one, a close one. And he put one up because he has a dash cam. He's one of them guys. He has technology and equipments.
7.
Don't show. Don't listen. He has audio. Let's see if we mute it. Then it'll be okay. It's muted. This is Sean's dash cam. Everybody hop over. I'll get a boom. There it is. There was no collision. This person ran a stop sign. Look, they're in front of someone on the other side and Mr. Sean. Allegedly. That's what he wrote. See, now it has a counter 3. But I liked it yesterday and it said counter 0. I have several screenshots and I went back later and checked it again and my highlighted thumb was still up there and it said 0. So I posted. Did you disable likes counting? Oh well, I gave you the thumbs up. I'm glad no one and nothing sustained physical injury. He said, according to the interface, show how many like video box is checked. So I didn't reply to him yet, so I'm going to put a thumb. When people spend their time, look how good he did. When people spend their time doing stuff on your YouTube, or in response to you doing stuff on theirs, make sure you acknowledge it. Someone else said, can I use this video near missing Raleigh? Is there any update? Thumb. Sean said yes.
Ooh.
And so-and-so said thank you.
Uh-huh.
And then Dashcam Nation 1 said, hey Sean, would it be alright if I featured this on my channel? Of course, I will give you full credit. Thumb.
Or they have overpressure.
And Sean said, yes. So that takes care of yesterday's video.
The wrong gun.
Let me get a link to it. SDS's near miss traffic. Put that up in the chat box. Put it in the log. And took care of that. So, yep. Don't know if it's counting correctly. Yesterday it said if it's colored in very white, that means my like is already there. But now other people have liked, so I don't know how many it's counting. I've discussed previously that my subscriptions keep disappearing over here on the left. And I've heard other channels complaining about it. Anyway, that all leads back to I'm hoping that 2 watching is correct. If there's others watching and there's something wrong with the number counters at YouTube, I'm not missing out on somebody. Holla. Type in the chat. Oh yeah, in case you didn't hear me 3 minutes ago. Super Bowl's tomorrow. The other part of the super news. We're going to be irreverent and satirical about it. Even if it seems like we got serious and whatever, the good of it is that somebody that thinks or cares enough to go clickety click on Speaker of the House pages and others connected people, they have access to, if nothing else, everything else we said, and let someone in power know. Yay. The other thing in the super news, and I already mentioned it once, is Joe, you're fired. And I said, well played, sir, well played. That has to do with, we just discussed 10 minutes or 15 minutes ago, Donald Trump stopping former President Biden from getting a daily brief and canceling or revoking or whatever you call it, his security clearance. And he made a real good, allegedly, I didn't look it up. I just went based on all of the news reporting and giggling to myself. I think the Joe, you're fired thing was either on X or Truth Social or both. I think. I don't know. He might have said it out of his mouth. It made me laugh. But it is well reported that in some way he said it. And that's another one of the lingo things we say. Somebody said something these days, and it, whether they posted it on their stuff or texted it or wrote it on a letter and licked an envelope and a stamp and mailed it away somewhere. POTUS, Trump, said, Joe, you're fired. And I laughed and laughed, and I still laugh and laugh. Good job. And my wife laughed and laughed, and the toaster laughed. We said, be quiet, toaster. It's from a old advertisement about smart houses, and I mean an old mean cartoon comic about how the electronics aren't listening to you. And the guy says something, and the wife says something, and he laughs, and she laughs, and the toaster laughs. There was probably something else I wanted to see. I don't remember what it was. What else we got on the checklist? We could do superhero stuff until I am assured that there's a male attracted who wants to look at Vin Diesel body, who I found out I started to mention earlier. Where is he? Oh, I was this many old today old when I found out that's a stage name. I've always felt a little silly, like maybe that's why he's such a big, strong, tough guy. Everybody's saying, making fun of his diesel name, because that's a type of engine. Nope, he picked it. His real name is Mark Sinclair. I don't want to talk about him right now. Vin Diesel, Mark Sinclair. I was 2 days old when I found out his real name. And no, I ain't docking him. It's right there on the internets. I didn't know. Who knew? Not Dean. If it's left up to me, I'll go look at the Whammons. Let's talk about Super Bowl for a moment. And I don't believe anybody up in here is in the Super Bowl. George, are you in the Super Bowl? Are you a football fan?
No.
Okay. We'll leave that. And if who requested, well, nobody really requested Super Bowl stuff. I am certainly not. I am not any kind of sports fan. When I was young, I might look at Olympic diving and swimming because I was into diving and swimming. Used to
Well,
jump
I
off
occasionally
the
will watch.
roof of a. I'm sorry, what?
I said I occasionally watch it. Certain shooting sport, gymnastics. wrestling because I used to wrestle in school. And certain martial arts. Judo, karate.
Yeah, I don't watch any of it. If I
That's the reason I
can't
said
play, I'm
occasionally.
not interested.
That's the reason I said occasionally.
Yeah. Well, then we won't talk about that. And I picked a bunch of super football picture shows that we could talk about, see where it leads us. Let's talk about, and Elizabeth typed it in chat a while ago, WASP, White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Do you remember Super Chicken George?
Yes.
Okay, and the way you said yes, good. I asked someone yesterday something about the superheroes, and I said, you know who we forgot on the list, or I forgot on the list? Super Chicken. They're like, who? Bok, 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 bok for Super Chicken. Baka. Super Chicken, that's who. So I looked that up today. Here we go. Let's go. Super Chicken. Go. Block. Whatever you are, allow or block. I click block without even reading it. I block everything.
The same animators that did Super Chicken also did the Rocky and Bullwinkle show.
Yep.
And Fractured Fairy Tale.
Good stuff. 1967. And here it is. And now Google's telling me that I visit often at the Wikipedia. Well, let me get a screenshot of that. Hang on a minute, internets. I take screenshots of everything. I guess I've almost earned myself a Google badge for being one of them wiki weaklings, a wiki warrior. How could you believe the wiki? I don't. It's a good starting point. So Super Chicken is a animated segment. It's not an animated segment, because the animated doesn't matter. That's a descriptor. Segment is the noun. That ran on the animated television series George of the Jungle. It was produced by Jay Ward and Bill Scott. Had you gone, George, let me interrupt. Had you gone to Vietnam, you would have been George of the Jungle, who earlier had created the Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons. It debuted September 9, 1967 on ABC. I wasn't hatched yet. Here it is. Made by people who I guess would be described as WASP, White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Super Chicken was designed as a parody of the affluent WASP archetype of the 1950s, complete with martini drinking and a sense of social obligation. Citation needed. The character's civilian name, Henry Cabot Henhouse III, is a nod to politician Henry Cabot Lodge Jr. The character of Super Chicken is an exaggerated play on these traits, much like the crime-fighting millionaire Bruce Wayne / Batman, as well as earlier heroes like Zorro and the Scarlet Pimpernel. The original pilot for Super Chicken included a cast featuring Don Knotts as the voice of Super Chicken and Bill Dana, but the project was shelved and eventually recast, with Bill Scott taking over the lead role and Paul Frees, who impersonated Ed Wynn in his performance of the Fred character. And all that is all I'm getting into it. There's a whole wiki page about it. There's the theme song with all of its lyrics. They don't matter. Even though the lyrics spelled out say puck, 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 it said bok, 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 just like the little kid in the Easter eggs commercial later, Easter candies, that said, thanks, Easter Bunny, bok, bok.
Bear.
Call for super chicken, back. That one might be kind of puck, but it's more like a B or a BP combination. A wily robber named Wild Ralph Hiccup with a speech pattern. This is episode 3. With a speech pattern resembling an obvious parody of John Wayne, robs airplane passengers at G-Word Point before diving out into the wild blue yonder. Super Chicken and Fred are soon hot on his trail, even if it means taking 26 flights back and forth from Miami, Florida to Cedar Rapids, Iowa for 4 straight days. It's good stuff. I didn't look up this morning if it's available to watch somewhere. Google search results.
Wait,
Let me look. I don't see any. You can watch it here. You can watch it there. Where if you type other things in there and they're available to watch, what's another animated show we could look up? Oh, I know another one I like.
yes.
David and Goliath.
Here we
According
come.
to Google Bar,
Super dog. Underdog.
you can watch it at the ones on the screen plus 5 more. See, and this is the movie, not the Davy and Goliath. I don't remember the name of it.
David and Goliath is a claymation animation
That's
that
what I thought it was
they
called, but they're showing me a movie. Was it Davy? I thought it was David and Goliath.
it is David and Goliath, but there's several things called David and Goliath. Put down animation David and Goliath.
Let's go look at that. Nope, don't have it. Is it Davy? I know the dog Goliath calls him Davy, but Davy. Davy and
Well, what I was saying is
animated
they go.
series. It is called Davy and Goliath, 1961.
Uh
I thought
oh,
it was called David. It's Davy,
but
and that's what the
what I was
dog
trying to
calls him.
get out is they go through different situations and teach morals, and it's sponsored by the Lutheran Church.
Oh yeah,
That was one of those that I used to watch on Sunday morning.
and this one, even though it's one of my favorites. I always still say to this day, but Davy. The dog is Goliath. The
I
little
mean,
boy is Davy. Davy always finds himself wandering into some sort of thing where he might need a little, that might not be the bestest, rightest thing to do. But when he's going to go ahead and do it anyway, the dog talks to him or tells him, but Davy, somebody could get hurt or some silly thing that's really cool. And I love it. And I'll probably rewatch all of it. It was available somewhere free online a while back. Whatever a XUMO play is, you can go watch it free. And then it says where to watch. There's plus 5 more. Search it in your own search bar, please. I don't want to try to get myself in future trouble if one of these places gets vanquished by the Google bar that owns YouTube. Yeah, man. Davy and Goliath. Super Chicken led to Davy and Goliath series, 1961. I remembered it was sponsored by a religious organization or church. If that offends anybody out there, then now you know in advance.
It was sponsored by the Lutheran Church,
They didn't
and
thump. They didn't tell you to join their organization. They're
no,
really good stories.
yes, and it was a way to put out an education program to taught morals and good behavior, as well as brought in a few, ad revenues to the Lutheran Church.
Yeah, man, I was so into the show. I don't remember if,
The only
I guess
reason
it had to be on commercial television because
yeah,
I didn't watch PBS all that much. I don't remember where it was on.
PBS wouldn't air it.
I just remember
PBS,
what, yeah, because it's religious.
well, because it's not religious in its nature; it's religious by it who produces it.
Right.
Because they don't really push religion in the show.
I know,
Uh,
but the rest of the world doesn't. Preach on, Brother George. Preach on.
well, one of the reasons I know it's Lutheran Church is our growing up, our church where my dad was the minister, which was a Lutheran church, would have these monthly book sales and stuff to help raise money for the church, and they produced it was like written books, but they used the stills from the show as the illustration, as well as my dad happened to mention in past, and that kind of stuck. It's not the only one, but it was the most popular at it, and went into syndication. And as far as I know, it's probably still in the syndication somewhere.
Oh yeah, and you can go watch it. There's 6 places Google will tell you where you can go watch it right now.
Probably free.
Oh yeah.
That's where the ad revenue comes. Passive.
There's an
Uh,
episode guide. Oh, it says I visit often to the IMDb. I
just
do.
like I have a
Google.
couple from that book sale thing I was talking about. I have a couple of copies of the um, Psalms according to Peanut, being Charlie Brown in the gang.
Yep.
'Cause I was a big Charlie Brown fan.
Me too. I didn't really care about all the rest of them. I was in love with the little redhead girl, or the idea of a little redhead girl,
Well, to
and
tell you
Snoopy.
how big,
I didn't even know it was, what's this called, and who are all these other people around my dog, Snoopy?
yeah.
I just
Uh,
loved me some Snoopy and that little yellow bird.
tell you how big a fan I was of the show growing up. When they finally did the very last Sunday strip and it was published, my father bought an extra copy and had the full comic strip matted and framed.
Mounted and framed, and that's it? Or
Well,
did
yeah, I
it
mean,
cut
but
out on you?
he had it, especially he did it himself because he was one of the things he did was mat and framing pictures, but he went and bought an extra copy of the paper so that he could get the cartoon pristine and especially matted and framed it for me because I
Hmm.
love Charlie, the Peanut. Yeah, I'm afraid my two favorite was Linus and Snoopy.
Is Linus the
But then
one that
again,
plays the piano?
no, he's the one with the blanket, the security blanket.
I thought that was the same guy that plays the piano.
Nope.
Which peanut plays the piano? Schroeder. I'm sorry, Schroeder. It's been a while.
And you have Pigpen and
Pigpen rocks.
Charlie Brown, of course. Lucy.
The teachers.
Peppermint Patty. I cannot remember Peppermint Patty's buddy's name. Oh, let's not forget Woodstock.
Yeah, I said the little yellow bird. I always forget his name too. You know, he matters, man. Cussing and exclamation points. Every time he's angry, they just put 3 or 4
Now,
exclamation points over his head.
you know why Snoopy sleeps on his doghouse, don't you?
I don't remember.
Because he can't fit in his doghouse. There's too much stuff.
Oh,
And the way that it's written, there are multiple levels to his doghouse.
was Violet the one you were thinking about? Is that the friend of Peppermint Patty? Sally
be.
Brown?
No, Sally Brown had her own. She wasn't a regular. She was one of the.
Marcy.
Sally Brown
Marcy's
is
the one.
Charlie Brown's sister, Marcy,
Yeah, Marcy, the one with the short
and the
black
glasses.
hair. Yep, that's
Oh.
Peppermint Patty's buddy.
They list Violet, but she's not what I would call a main character.
Nope. I don't even remember what a rerun Van Pelt is. It's obviously related to Lucy, but it didn't mean nothing to me.
Linus was Lucy's little brother. And I don't remember a rerun Van, but that's okay. Franklin, I kind of remember.
Yeah. The little red-haired girl. There she is.
Nope, that's not
Heart.
her. Oh, excuse me. I'm watching the YouTube and I'm a couple of seconds behind you.
Oh, yeah. The Great Pumpkin is listed as a character. True. Yeah, most of those I don't recognize, especially not the one that's computer generated.
Yeah, that's because they're newer characters. They're not the original.
Yep. The kite-eating tree. Bad tree. And I didn't know she was hyphenated. I better go fix my logbook. The little red dash haired girl. Saved. Minimized. Yeah.
In fact, I used
always...
to have.
Yeah, go ahead.
All the main characters in ceramic. I think all I have left now is Charlie Brown, Lucy, and Snoopy.
Oh, I didn't know there was one named Eudora. Who be that?
I don't remember her either. I kind of remember Charlotte. They didn't ever mention her last, but that doesn't mean that she didn't have one. They just called her Charlotte.
Eudora?
But that's kids. Kids don't call people by their last name unless it's an adult.
She's an email client? You got to be a really old, deeply immersed computer nerd to remember that. For DOS and early Windows, there was an email client called Eudora. I don't remember if there was Linux versions. Don't really care. We're talking about the Snoopy show. I mean the Snoopy comics. I mean the Snoopy books. I mean, yeah, I know. It's called the Peanuts. Or just Peanuts without the. Awesomeness. Rocks. Rules. Here's another one I've often wondered, and do I dare mention it? If we bring it up to the internet. Speaking of shows like Davy, shows that every single episode, I guess I could call him a superhero, because he was to me when I was a kid, like Davy, with a moral to the story or a lesson. Once upon a time, we had one called The Rifleman,
Oh yeah.
and I really liked it, and it really helped me understand moral lessons and the complications of good guys might sometimes have to do what we would call tough or rough or bad things, seemingly. Don't want to, but you might have to. Life is very complex sometimes. 1958.
Let's not forget Paladin.
Forget what?
Paladin, have gun will travel.
I guess I have to look it up. I remember the have G word will travel. Say
The
that all
name
the
of the show
time.
is Paladin.
The Rifleman, Mr. Chuck Connors.
I watched it. I liked it, but I was more of a Paladin man.
Let's look it up. Paladin TV show. Oh, it was called Have G Word Will Travel. 1957, the year before A Rifleman. Or Riffle, however we're supposed to say it. The long G words.
Long phaser.
Blah blah. I won't say it, but that's the name of the show. I'm gonna leave it in the log. Hopefully one day, if it's disallowed, the YouTube will give me the little notice like it did on the other one the other day. Restriction. Bad word in your comment. YouTube is very much more giving and explaining than many, many other social medias.
It's supposedly a soldier of fortune that gets letters and requests for help. Leaves his he lives in a San Francisco hotel. And he goes out the west to help people, generally for money, but not most of the shows he didn't accept.
Talking about Paladin?
Yes,
Yep. Man, it ran for a long time. 57 to 63. Let me get that in the logbook. 57.
and if we're talking Wild West superheroes, we can't forget James West in the Wild Wild West.
Love that show. No, not the Will Smith one. That was
No,
worth a laugh or two. But especially if you like the original from TV series one.
yes,
The Will Smith. Is it Kevin Kline that was in it with Will Smith?
I believe so.
Who cares? It was Will Smith. He's another dude body we could look at. The Wiki Wild West TV show. Man, I loved it. Especially the animated beginning where the Chicky
Oh,
Pie
yeah.
lady comes up and tries to dagger him in the back.
And she does one of two things. She either gets punched or she faints.
Yep.
And all the shows were the night of such and such, the night of this, the night of that.
The Wiki Wild. 20 years. Or no, probably about 10. I don't know. We'll look it up maybe one day. How long
Uh,
prior to the Wikimedia Foundation getting started did Will Smith and company make up the Wiki Wild, the theme music for a Wild Wild West movie? Unknown. I wonder if they get royalties for owning the name. They probably don't care.
and Dr. Lovelace was my favorite.
I don't know that I could claim a favorite anything. Let's go check it out at the IMDb.
Well, there's
Get ready.
he's one of the most recurring bad guys.
Compelled. Hello, photo. I simply must stimulate my memories. I haven't set eyes upon
But
it in 40 years.
Ross Martin had some health issues. That's the reason they had to bring someone else in.
Let me minimize that one. Clicky that one. Scroll. Wow, 736 photos. This one's going to take a minute. And then I got to go over here so that poor George isn't always lagged out. I'm looking for Discord. Share my screen. And then find. I'm looking for the Wild Wild. There we go. The Wild Wild. Yeah, I'm going to share it in Discord.
Okay.
Also share application audio. I guess. Go live. I wonder if I turn that off if it'll eat less bandwidth. Or less CPUs. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It only hurts sometimes, and that has more to do with my internets than I think the load we're putting on things. I'm going to go make sure. How many viewers do we have now? Watchers.
IBM, IDB, whatever, made a mistake.
About what?
Because Ross Martin was not in 104 episodes.
Maybe they just going by the credits.
I get that. I'm just saying he had some health issues, so he was replaced a couple of times. A few times. In fact, he was replaced by what's his name that played the skipper off of Gilligan's Island.
Oh, I remember that. I don't remember any of his other names.
Well, Red West, you might know if you're an Elvis Presley fan because he was friend, bodyguard, and sometimes drummer with Elvis Presley.
Didn't know that.
And generally, you can see them at least in the background in almost Elvis Presley.
Cool. Now we
Michael
know.
Dunn. Michael Dunn. He's great.
I know two guys, very local to Dunn, D-U-N-N, North Carolina, named Michael Dunn. No relation to the town.
The picture they show him is from Star Trek. I'm just saying.
We might let's open him in a new tab. We may go back to that later.
But
Let's go. Let's go.
Robert Conrad did, I won't say all his stunts, but he did quite a number of his.
Oh, look, right there at the top of the photo page. Some guy. Can't remember that guy's name.
Which one?
Sammy Davis Jr.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember his name.
Well, and the one to the left and below that row, you have the father-in-law of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yep.
Open sesame.
Peter Lawford. He is they don't really consider him a rack pack. They consider him more of a hanger-on.
So she was related to the Kennedys on her mother's side?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's how much I pay attention. Look, he's doing okay with his G word. Thumbing it the way George says you should. If your other hand is behind your back like a gentleman, you have to. Yep. Nope, I never knew that. I'm still mad at Arnold Schwarzenegger about that. How dare you break her heart?
The Western version of James Bond.
Yeah.
James West.
James West. I can think of it. Don't.
There's Richard Pryor.
Don't. What's that guy's name? Artemis? I like Artemis.
Yes.
That's really Richard Pryor.
Yeah, that's Richard Pryor.
Huh. He's the dummy behind the puppet.
Dummy?
Man, it's so long
But
ago.
that's also in early days of his career.
Oh, is that guy we were talking about the other day again?
No.
That's Victor Buono. Yeah, I think that's the guy we happened across the other day in something else. And I thought it was the guy from MASH, but it's not.
Well, he's been in a lot of things, including movies with Dean Martin, where Dean Martin plays a secret agent.
Oh, yeah. All right, ladies. This was supposed to be about man meeting. Here we go. Clutch your pearls. Gather your stuff.
And the number of times
look into his eyes.
Yeah, the number of times he loses his shirt in that TV show.
By ladies, I mean all male attracteds. Here you go. Now, dark husky something or other over there, the quintessential plainsman. And then you say the line from Dana Delaney, I want one.
He's also one of the earlier students of martial arts, including he studied with Bruce Lee for a period of time when Bruce Lee was in Hollywood.
Even just adjusting his many layers of clothes, I imagine. The beat of the hots.
And
get over here, kitty, and all the lady folks think he looks quite well in his custom fitted trouser. I'm not going to zoom that one. Is this the guy you were talking about earlier?
Repeat.
Is this the guy you were talking about earlier? The little feller?
Yes. That's Dr. Lovelace. And if you see the big guy standing next to, or kneeling next to Dr. Lovelace, that is the actor who plays Jaws later in James Bond.
Oh, I can tell. And he was in Pale Rider that we talked about last time we were streaming.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Now I recognize. I needed a color photo. Man, they only have 7 pictures of him? Somebody go
But that's
upload some more pictures of this
he
guy.
was in so many things. I mean,
Yeah, man, he was a working dude. From
up until
68 to 71, he was in like 25 things. Frankenstein's Castle of Freaks. Man, that was funny. Who knew? George knew. Dean didn't know. Hey, lady.
the
That's quite the outfit. I do enjoy it.
the guy playing the newspaper salesman is also in quite a few things. I can't remember. He's more of a character actor, but he's noted for that kind of a raspy voice.
Yep. I have no idea who's playing the Asian or Oriental lady. You recognize her from anything?
I can't say I do.
You
They don't mean I
mean,
haven't seen her in other things.
yeah, it's just different makeup, different outfits, whatever, different eras. Wanted for red
There's
rum.
Ed Asner.
Norbert Plank, DOA.
Loading it is a World War II landmine painted red. Not landmine, but sea mine.
Hmm. There's the puppet again. The big bronze or brass diving helmet bell.
Oh yeah.
Well, talking about necks. Remember the other day we were talking about some lady had a rather lengthy neck?
Yep.
Whoever this lady is, she's got one too. The guy on the right said, I never noticed before. Glad we could help you, sir. Oh man, the vehicle.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. Fantastic. Well, I don't know if it's all that, but just for the ladies, let's zoom it. I mean, yeah, I already disqualified it. There you go. Look into his eyes. Can you resist? I doubt it. All right, done with that one. Ladybug over there sleeping on the couch.
Oh, Tim Conway.
Yep. No, the other guy.
Oh yeah.
The other guy. Harvey Korman.
Harry no,
I,
yeah,
I
Harvey
couldn't
Korman.
remember his name either. I had to get it up on screen.
And the guy next to him is a famous football player, but I don't know football that much, so I can't remember his name.
Well, today's football day, so let's celebrate it. That's Ron Rich.
Yep. It is.
And then they have a prosthetic makeup artist scar on somebody's face. He
He
must have
was
been.
also in the Omega Man.
Yep. He must be the Scarface. So many people. That's how they used to do. Famous actors of all sexes and genders and sizes and colors. You'd make guest or cameo appearances on whatever series was going around those days. Keep yourself in front of cameras.
And making money.
Sometimes because you were extra special, and sometimes because that's what your contract required, and sometimes because you needed. If you like to eat those fancy restaurants, you gotta go earn some pretty fancy money. Didn't pay like it did later in life.
Amazing.
Now I've just got the theme song stuck in my head. Dum 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 dum.
My favorite Martian.
Which one?
The one to the far right.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
And he's been in everything. That is Ray Walston.
I just remember him as from My Favorite Martian.
And the guy with the offset eye, if you didn't know, is Cabby.
He's been in everything too.
That is Jack Elam or Elam. And yes, he's been in everything from back in the day. If we run out of stuff and had some amends, we might come back to some of this later. And I said I was going to go the other night and write down that one guy, make a note. And then when it got time to eat and sleep or write notes, I said, well, let's eat and sleep. I'll remember because it was when we were looking at that actress. Nah, now I don't remember. Another guy that we could do check this out. Did you know it was him?
Whoa. Look at the one on you right there, that one level. The guy to the far right, he's been in a lot of stuff.
Talking about
In
the guy
fact,
that kind of looks like he's dressed up like a woman?
No, he's a prisoner.
He looks a little well
He's a
made up. That's Harry Dean Stanton. He was in Alien,
Yeah.
1979.
And he was in the Repo Man.
He has been in much, and I saw his last movie. I think it came out either the year of or the year before he went away. It was a pretty good movie. And man,
He's
he
been doing a
worked.
lot for a long time.
He worked, I think, into his 90s. And he was getting around pretty good and doing the work.
And the one in the center of the row above that, I don't remember his name. He's also been in a lot, but he was also one of the doctors off of Gunsmoke.
Yep. It's Paul
f-LIX.
Fix. He's a fixer. He's a unique fixer-upper opportunity. And a running thing in the series is that the partner guy
with special
and
disguises
others
and undercover
were always disguised. Yep, they were undercover agents and operatives. There he is again, Harry Dean. Oh no, look, she's playing Kilroy. Just get your nose over the tabletop, ma'am. There he is in another disguise. I wonder if any real Asians or Orientals or Islanders or anybody was truly, truly offended by these portrayals. I can understand the old sticking your teeth out and squinching your eyes. Offense.
The guy to the far left, the older Mexican, he's been a lot. He's I forgot what movie it was. His famous lines: "Badges? We don't need no stinking badges."
Yeah. That is Frank Silvera. And I used to say that line, badges, about much. We don't need no stinking badges. Until Tombstone came along, and then I would just say, law don't go around here, law dog. But then Weird Al Yankovic's UHF came out, and everyone said, oh, Dean, you got to check this out. Because they changed the line to badgers. Badgers? We don't need no stinking badgers. There he is, working it. Hey, it's the only way you can. And then we go down to about a C minus because you can't have that pinky underneath. Get that pinky up tight against the other ones, dude. They're both having a sip. Could it really truly be that somebody went over there and rearranged all these pictures so that the sippy photos were together? I don't know. Or did it just happen? There he is, all made up. He's not him. You can't tell that's him. Man, they must have, if they didn't just have that stuff laying around a studio set somewhere, they must have spent a fortune on wardrobe for this show. And old clocks. Good job. A minus. Yeah, no, bad job. Don't be doing that. Mess around
Oh,
there.
guy from Bonanza
Yep. That's how these things go.
played the oldest brother.
You will see these things,
Whoa.
and then your mind will say, oh, yeah, that. Have a stogie. There he goes with that, shoving that pinky up. That's not a teacup, dude. Stop it.
That might be what they call the bird's head. He had one revolver that was a bird's head, and I hate to say it, the grip's so small. That's about what you have to do to hold on to it. And the one with the glasses is the other partner. When the actor who played Artemis had to leave, he would take over.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's a good makeup face.
He was good at his own makeup. I mean, he was a stage actor before he was a TV actor.
And then they got a lot of what looks like somebody took a picture of a real live TV screen and uploaded that picture. We already saw that photo of her looking questioning. That's how things roll at the IMDb. That's quite a, I don't know what you call it. Something. The lady with the headdress.
Yeah.
The way she's just frozen there with her chin up just enough.
The guy with the medals on his chest was in High Chaparral. For those that remember that.
Kaplowy. There they go. Doing the kaplowies. I guess he's not aiming. Doesn't have to. It's a movie show. She's got her little small one
Pocket.
designed for the ladies. Not really. Are her hands in her pocket or behind her? Can't tell. The lady on the right.
I think they're behind her.
I think so too.
They did.
Which you can't trust in that
Exactly.
show. She might have two daggers back there. And he's answering the wired, not the wireless. Hello? Hello?
That was more of an intercom system.
Is anybody home?
Trains at the late 1800s had, um, it was like a hollow tube, or operated like, you do the 2 cups in the with tin cans with the string
String
between
between
them.
them. Yep. There's Grace Gaynor. Probably not related to the famous Gaynor. Which could be. I don't know. Not looking it up. Getting the work done with her tiny little pew pew. Got a big hole in the front though.
It's at least a 32
Yep.
or bigger.
Big booms come in small packages. Sometimes. Big dude's got his face in a hole in the wall with all the masks. Good job. Good job. Oh, he's in a gilded prison. My mind is asking me, who's that lady? I guess my mind doesn't want me to know. Not even enough to click and open a new tab. Well, he looked like he got in a little game of bruise on the head. And then so did he, down below.
He's had a very bushy eyebrows.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it's supposed to be how his face is, because look at the portraiture painting on the other side. Who knew? Obviously the Wild Wild West show. Man, they must spend a fortune on the wardrobe. Dum, 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 dum.
Dum,
Oh
dum,
no,
dum.
Indians with one eyebrow up and one down. That's how you know it's an Indian. Face paint and feathers have nothing to do with it.
There's Ed Asner, the
Yep.
one with the prison suit on.
Yep. In the gilded prison. It's not really. I think it was meant to be brass looking,
It
kind of bronze looking
it
kind of bars.
it was kind of supposed to resemble tempered steel.
And there's Ed again. I can't remember this guy's name with the very handsome face with the eyebrow up.
But
Different
he's done a
eyebrow
lot of
up, but
stuff.
he's not an Indian. This poor feller singing to his little stick.
And there's Artemis Gort, not Artemis, the guy the boss from $6 Million Man.
Mm-hmm. I can't think of this guy's name. Tell us his name. Richard Anderson. Thank you, IMDb. I have enough junk I remember. And I've always disclaimered, I can't remember names. They're singing a duet opera.
The guy standing over Artemis eating beans is another one that was in westerns up into his 90s.
Yep. And lots of other movies. I remember in something about the big city, and kind of became meme a million years later. Clint Eastwood, get off my lawn. And, the mean old crabby old man in the big city.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's been in a few John Wayne movies, some Clint Eastwood movies, Western TV shows, and he did one. I think it was called the Silver Fox Gang, something like that, where it's a bunch of old bank robbers that get together to do one last job.
And then we have the partner team member with all his makeup on so that he's dressed up like the Black Count Draha of Bosnia. You mean Bosnia existed back then? Yes. Mm. And I recognized the guy with his finger up in the air and the cool sunglasses, but not enough to remember his name.
He did the voice for the principal in the Archie show, Archie and Jughead show. How much I do remember.
Oh, yeah, I've never seen any of it. Look, it's the Blue Man Group. Oh, no, wait. Blue Man Group wasn't even born yet. The original. Now we know where they got it from. And little Mr. Monkey Pansy said, yuck, yuck, yuck. I'm a soldier.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they had to get who they could get. Dum, 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 dum. She's the bird in the cage. Both of hers. Don't you get the metaphor and the allegory? Both? The poor lady there said, shut up about that bird in the cage, would you? No, I shall not. There's the animated or cartoon comic strip style intro of the show. Oh no, whatever did you two do? Wow, look at that head. Can you tell that that's movie magic makeup? I don't even know what in the world. Can't remember the episode. Why did this guy have the big brains on bread? And that's Christopher Carey. Don't know. No clue. Why are you aiming that G word at the ceiling? Yeah, 'cause it doesn't really
That was the
matter.
episode. It was based on a theory that they had back in the 40s and 50s that you could hypnotic and train people to be assassins.
Oh, ESP.
Brainwash. No, brainwash.
So when you wash your brain, it expands like that. It could be fun. It could be, yeah, whatever. Is he the washer or the washee? The Knight
And
of the
there's Skipper
Winged
lighting the
Terror.
candle. The candle. Lighting the candle with the cat in his arms. That's Skipper. And they show a better picture in the next row.
Little buddy. There he is saying it. Little buddy. He went out on a train in the Wild Wild West for a
And for those
3-hour
that don't
tour.
know, the guy who played Skipper, he's a second generation actor. His father was a famous actor, did a lot of movies with Errol Flynn.
I want to
In
say,
fact,
let
they
me test
both,
myself. Is that Howl? No, that was the name
yes,
of
character.
Hale. Howl was the rich people on Gilligan's Island. This is
Yeah,
Alan
which is
Hale
on the,
Jr.
yeah,
I got
Hale Sr.
close. That's good for me for a name.
Well, you have the one that played Thurston Owl in the next row below him.
Yeah, there he is on the left.
Yeah. Also known as Mr. Magoo.
Yep.
He did the voice of Mr. Magoo.
Which was quite the good, funny little cartoon series once upon a time. I just want to see the still frame from the intro where the lady draws out the device behind his back. Whoa, check that out. Getting all crazy doing what do they call it? Castle doctrine stuff right there. And how can
Or
you tell
trying to
it's a
shoot the person out there going, "No, I'm not going to open the door for you. Go away. I have enough brushes."
yeah? And how can you tell it's the fake G word with the fake movie stuff in it? Because there's no hole in that door. That's how. Movie magic. Oh no, who was that masked peoples? There's many of them. She said, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. I'm waiting for it. Everybody with all the G words, they did okay. It's not a whole lot you can do with a single action sixer. Thomas Link, wanted for red
Archie!
rum.
The actor played Archie Bunker.
Oh yeah. Did you eat that cookie? Eat it. Did you eat that cookie?
And was
Eat it.
also did the movie Heat of the Night.
Yeah,
He played the sheriff.
didn't they make that into a TV series or just a movie?
He did the movie. Well, no, he did the TV series. You're right.
I don't remember. I think he did both.
Yeah. No,
He's another
it was a
one we could
different
look
guy
up
that did the
one day.
movie.
Meathead. He's telling someone right there. Meathead.
And he's never been so right.
This- And that's the original outline of I can't remember the daughter's name. Yeah, why do you have to talk to him that way? Oh, you'd get in trouble for that today. Darkening up somebody's tan. Computer froze. There it goes. Wow. You see that giant pop? Dang it. They keep showing little frames of the intro. Oh no, look. It's zombalians. Zombalians. I don't know what they are. They're the green zombalians. Can't recognize the names either.
No.
That's a little
I
goofy.
think Cindy Taylor might have been in a Star Trek as well.
Zombalian whammons. They did good with the face makeup. Look, they got it right up to their eyes. Unlike the real zombie movies where you can tell they always had to put some safety device over their eyes. Good job. Good job, zombalians. Him too. Look, they got that makeup all the way up there. Not on his neck though. Oops. Oops. Can you hear me now? What's with the big giant hands? I have no idea. I don't remember these things happening. Yeah. There she is. Clickety click. Ida Lupino. That's Ida Lupino. Couple of
Now,
El
the one in the
Diablo.
red hat was in quite a bit of stuff too.
Oh yeah. If you were into the flicking picture shows once upon a time. Oh man.
Ain't that a pretty pussy cat?
Yep. And they were
And I believe below that is Boris Karloff. The one in the
find out.
purple.
Who are you, purple man? That is Boris the Karloff. Look into his eyes.
Who played the Mummy and Frankenstein.
And many other things. Look, he said,
Yeah.
with the finger across the neck thing. It's Clayton's for you. Clayton's. Oh, would you like a ball of butter? No, thank you. Once upon a time in the third grade, True story. A fine young girly thing sitting there at lunch ate herself 2 whole sticks of butter. I don't know what she thought she was trying to prove. I don't remember what led to why would you possibly eat 2 whole sticks of butter, but when she threw it up, it came out in a perfect ball, just like that, except it was flat when it hit the table. True story. 3rd grade. She said, "Blip," and a huge ball of butter flew out of her. And we all laughed. I think we got in trouble because we laughed and didn't offer her assistance and condolences and all the other. What do you
She
expect
did it to
third?
herself.
Yeah, what do you expect 3rd grade kids to do? Apparently act more couth.
The female next to, I guess it was Top or whatever it is, also was in Hogan's Heroes, played one of the secretaries.
Which one? The one in the era looking in the middle outfit
That one, the
top?
blonde, the blonde.
Oh, the blonde in the Elvira outfit. Kind of looks like spiderweb lace. That is
But the Elvira's
Sigrid
was a little bit lower cut.
Valdis. Yeah, Elvira doesn't have the lace fringes. It just reminds me of those Halloween costumes with the spider web laces. Sigrid.
And for those out there who might be listening and thinks they can fulfill Elvira's shoes, she is actually looking for a replacement
I
that
have
can
sat
carry on.
next to those shoes many times.
What, Elvira's shoes?
Yes. She used to work what I guess you would call it the not on air jobs, all of them, at what at the time was an upstart, became super huge radio station called KROQ, K Rock. They had this studio, and then they had a desk sitting out in the hallway. She was the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful redheaded lady sitting at that desk. And I didn't know who that was. I just knew that was the beauty redhead lady. So I would sit there right next to her leg and try to bump it with my elbow whenever I could. And do my homework and hang out at K-Rock and go get donuts at Winchell's down the street. One day she was in a big old hurry and talking about how she had to get out of there and get to her other job. I said, "What's your other job?" Because I had said many times in there about how much I always had to go, because on KHJ Channel 9, whatever the fixed schedule was the Elvira show. And I like sitting next to the redhead lady and doing my homework and getting donuts and trying to touch her leg. But when Elvira's coming on TV, you're just the lady at the desk. I got to go watch Elvira. One day she was in a big hot hurry. I said, "Well, what's your other job?" She said, "I'm Elvira." And I was like, "Ha ha ha, what?" Yeah, true story. Cassandra Peters, whatever her name is.
The girl in the center was on the Butch Cassidy and Sundance movie. She played, I think it was Butch's wife. What, the wife of one of them?
Well, that's Catherine
Kit
Ross.
Ross. Early in her.
Just so people can know. She is known for The Graduate. She was not, what's her name? The star. She was the other star who played his eventual wife. There it is, right up there. She was in The Stepford Wives, Butch Cassidy, Sundance Kid. Much later, Donnie Darko. She been in much. Catherine with a K. Blink, blink, blump, blump. Hello, photo. Elvirus. Story. I always say it and spell it, just like the breather said it. Who is Indian Girl? If we're allowed to call them that anymore. And then there's the guy with no hand. The Handless Horseman. I don't know. Probably somebody famous. Let's investigate. Who
Yeah.
is it?
Naked Gun.
It's
Oh, you're
Susan
talking about
Silo.
I was talking about the guy without the hand. That's the star from Naked Gun.
Oh, yeah. Leslie Nielsen. All the good comedy movies. And some serious ones. He was in some serious movies. She gets an A. Good job holding that G word, lady. See, we'll give him an A this time. It's the same G word. He's got his pinky held correctly this time. Good job, sir. A.
That's the full size frame. And there's the penguin we talked about in an earlier show.
Oh, yeah, Burgess Meredith.
Yep.
Burgess Meredith. Here he is down below looking like the penguin. You are obsolete.
And there's James West without his shirt again.
All right, ladies, here we go. I mean, and I already disqualified it or qualified it. Zoom a zoom zoom. Even back then, some of those misogynists built up their own man bodies for whatever reason. Inappropriate, probably. Sure. Somebody still today likes that kind of physique upon somebody. All right, that's enough of that. And all the audiences say, but Dean, you paused much longer than that on the other type of actors. Hello, photo streams. Well, I can't help it. Check that out. I love that. Watch this. I'll zoom this one. Because why not? There's an awesome photo. I should grab it and save it and use it for a thumbnail another day. Can you hear me now?
Because he
Read
was
my
also in
lips.
Outer Limits and Twilight Zone.
He was in everything. Lots of good movies. But he was in, when I say my favorite Twilight Zone, that means every black and white Twilight Zone. They're all my favorite. But he was the one where
Rocky.
he was some kind of accountant or actuary, and they bought these giant computers. Huge, giant computers. And everybody that did anything that the new AI computers could do better was deemed obsolete. And he was in the last Man on Earth episode.
Oh yeah, that's the one. Finally gets to read all the books, and then he accidentally breaks his glass.
Yep. At the signpost up ahead, Kung Fu. I don't know what this guy's doing. Is he
That's what he's
hypnotizing
supposed to be.
somebody?
No, he was supposed to be doing martial arts.
Oh, okay. Kung Fu. Everybody's been kung fu fighting. I don't know what to say. I want to say something, but I don't know what to say. Lovely picture. She's obviously surrendering and showing I am no threat.
Oh, she's also been in a lot of stuff.
Yep. This is the vixen.
Uh-huh.
Look at her plying
Yeah.
her skills, and that is Diane McBain. It doesn't mean anything to me. Her photos. See, she's luring the men into it's a trap.
Yeah.
There's the partner. And then she went to the source. It's a trap. Both of these fine people here are saying it's a trap. Him too. Boom, 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 boom. Check him out. Long bowing with his elbow down. Ish. It ain't stuck up in the air like a Japanese 1400s longbow woman. But it looks so cool that way. Yaddy-da-dee-da. Ooh, cool picture. Good photography. And was he smooching on her inappropriately or communicating her a threat? I don't remember.
And Batgirl in harem outfit.
The one on the right?
Yep. And there she is again on the next row down.
Yvonne Craig.
Yeah, she played Batgirl with Adam West.
Oh no.
And
Rip.
she was also in
She passed away in
Man
15.
from Uncle and Girl from Uncle.
She was in a TV short known as Batgirl 1967. Barbara Gordon. In like
Yep.
Flint. Not Flynn. Flint. Kissing Cousins. Star Trek one episode. Man, she was in all kinds of stuff. Fantasy
Yep.
Island. Starsky and Hutch. The $6 Million Man.
The
Emergency.
Magician,
Mm.
Kojak, Manic.
Love American Style. I remember the theme song. I don't remember anything about the show.
It was generally every night there was like 2 or 3 shorts per episode, and sometimes they would have 2 episodes per night. So you might get 3 little short stories.
Yep. And there she is again, down at the bottom right. Barbara Gordon. The Batwomen's Batgirl. Meow. Little kitty cat. Oh, and the famous movie guy and TV guy. Man, that big bubble head just makes me giggle. And then the Great Gams. Can't giggle so much anymore. A lot of these aren't the same old pictures, but they're, just a different angle of the almost same
Some are
moment in
showing.
time.
Yep.
There they are. The Blue Man
I
Group.
think it was 3 or 4 seasons.
All right, ladies. Here you go again. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . And just so you know that I am famous, that's me over there on the left, hanging by the little hat hook. And then handsome guy over here. Naked. Look, when trousers used to go to your belly button. And they called them trousers. And this little strap way up here. He's got the one strap and one strap only around him. Yet look how he's holding his hands. Because, you know, when you're strapped to the wall, your hands are behind you. Boom, 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 boom. They're so lucky that that's not Wonder Woman's lasso. And Technicolor. These look a lot more like Technicolor. Who are you, lady? Agnes Moorehead. She looks very familiar. She look familiar to you, George?
Yes, Mother from Bewitched.
Oh, I was going to say that, but I didn't want to be wrong. Very
You wouldn't
good.
have been.
Very good.
She's also been in all kinds of movies.
Now everybody try to wiggle your nose like that and say dinkle, dinkle, dink. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Keep them mouse wheels scrolling. Oh, the dragon. But not the dragon, not Bruce Lee. The or a dragon. I should probably zoom that one on the left for the ladies. They had some rather paint on pants for male attracteds back in the day. Yeah, people just weren't that hung up in it. There's my Zombalians again. Maybe we should use them for tomorrow. Here's me watching football. Football. Oh, now we're into the covers and the production and advertising stills. And we'll leave that guy on screen for a minute. So all the beat, beat, beat of their hot, hot hearts that have arrhythmias and the such can have a good long look. Well, how long will we do? What do we do? Good enough to get the hiccups. That's not good. Oh, we went a long time. We did really good. We'll say at 3:17. Oh, oh. Cassandra's leg. And yep, I went and washed that elbow off and didn't want to, but hygiene and all that. At what time of clock is it? 5:26 p.m. Break time. That was a good long run. I don't know exactly how long we hung out with the Wild Wild Wiki, but we went for a while. Maybe when we come back, we'll take a closer look at Mr. Michael Dunn. Or not. Don't know yet. Get Break Girl up on screen. Okay, we'll be right back. All right, getting back at it. Get off my screen. You bad MDB. Getting me in trouble. It was my fault. Oh, I didn't even take the whole 5 minutes. Oh well. Back. Michael Dunn. Wild Wild West. So many big names. And then we'll go look at Michael Dunn. Everybody get your oh, I was trying to think of the correct way to say something like he's a superhero, whatever. Get your nitroglycerin in case the heart throb makes your heart throb. Do they still do that anymore? I don't know. And I'm not gonna look it up. What a super dude. We'll do it that way. Everything's gotta be super. Or maybe he was pre-superhero. Because we're pre-gaming today. Known for Ship of Fools. The Wild Wild West. Star Trek. The Last Roman. End of Acting. 74. A whole lot of these. I don't remember. We discussed Frankenstein's. Castle of Freaks. That one made me giggly. The Werewolf of Washington. Never heard of it. 1973. It's gotta be good. Has him in it. Good Night, My Love, I've seen.
Night Gallery.
Every bit of it. Loved it just as much as Outer Limits and Twilight Zone. Murders in the Rue Morgue. 71. Let me see if that's the one I remember. Who was that masked man?
The Phantom.
Yep. Who's the stars? Oh, Jason Robards. Yeah, that's the one. That's a good flick. Only because our Mr. Michael Dunn was in it. Never seen the French stuff. I may have seen that Burning Map introductory cowboy TV series. The Last Roman, Wild Wild West we just discussed, Star Trek. If we went off on a Star Trek tangent, that would pretty much be the end of today. So many
Tarzan, the
beauty,
TV show.
yeah, so many beauties and handsomems in the Star Trek. I guess we could do Tarzan for the ladies, the male attracteds, the envious. Maybe you're just a male yourself and you want to set yourself a goal. Madigan was good, 68. I don't
Voyage
remember
to
the
the Bottom of
TV
the Sea.
series.
You don't remember Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea?
Not the TV series. Let me take a look at it. Who in it? Besides our fine Mr. Michael Dunn. Just by pictures and names, or names next to pictures. Oh, I know who Paul
Well,
Carr
Mark
is.
Slade played Blue in High Chaparral.
Yep. Paul Carr's another one that's been in many, many things.
Yeah. Warren Stevens has been in a lot of stuff.
And it's another one of those Irwin Allen productions. I just don't recognize it. Wow. Look at that thing.
Yeah, they used to have the rotary on the bottom.
Yep. That one doesn't even have the rotary on the bottom. That's just a
I think
that's
that's
just a
supposed to be the
thing that was a
red.
thing.
I think it's supposed to be the red phone.
Yeah. Isn't that the dude? Nope. That's Ford Rainey. Man, what a phone. Hello. Who was phone? Nope. There, I can throw another something on my list one day. Go hunt down the voice at the bottom of the sea. Get
Burke's
smart.
Law. Get smart.
We talked about East Side, West Side the other day. I don't remember him in any one episode. It was a good TV series, though. I don't remember Arrest and Trial. As much as we talk about silliness like that, it might be worth a check out. See how the TV did it back in '64. Only 61 years ago. See how it did it age well. Let's go check out some photos of our superhero. There's only 7. There's no even point in going into thumbnail mode. It says 7 photos, but then when I clicked on one, it says 1 of 8. Okay. There he is, back in the background, giving Captain Kirk a hard time. I guess that's fair. His foot is in it, and his elbow. Telling him all about it. And
Yeah, and
William
this one
Shatner was quite the heartthrobbery. But look,
he plays the one person that doesn't have these super strong mental powers.
but look at the difference between William Shatner's front.
Posture.
He's got a
I
little
think
bit
that's
of
more of
a
a.
belly going on.
I think that's more of a posture thing because his back is also curved.
And then compared to Leonard Nimoy. Feeling. Why would Spock be laughing? I don't know.
He's being forced to laugh.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you're here because I don't remember. There
The
he's
other,
playing his magic harp.
there's some others that are there that have, when they landed there, got strong mental powers by the food.
Mhm.
And due to the way supposedly his body digested the food, he could not absorb enough of the chemical to make him a super brain and make people do things physically. And they offered the Enterprise offer him that power to fight them. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. That's what I hate. I don't want to become what I hate. So they offered to take him with him.
Deforest is probably what they should have been doing out there in California. That wasn't funny. I said it anyway. There he is. Michael Dunn. Oh, hugging a column. I love you, column. You're my best friend.
That's supposed to represent the castle piece in the chess.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if these are supposed to be bishops or pawns, but they're something. He wasn't hugging it and saying, I love you, dear column. He was trying to move it. It's a chess piece. I think we're back at the beginning. Yeah, 2 of 8. The drama's in the hands. Look how good William Shatner did his hands. The other hand guy is over there, got his hand underneath him. Well, Michael Dunn, we tried. We need more photos of you at the IMDb. So we can say, wow, what a fabulous physique he had. We got 2 watching again. Hello, number 2. Holla. Say something in the chats. Now, who do we move on to? What do we move on to? I guess we should talk about tomorrow's game. I put it on the list. And I even saw a commercial with one of the, I guess, famous athlete. Sorry, famous athlete. I don't know who you are. Nothing thing. Making jokes about Super Bowl LIX. What is a Super Bowl LIX? And all kinds of about that. The commercial I saw or advertisement of streaming internet services where a famous athlete of some flavor, they spelled it out carefully. That's not LIX, you foolish. That's LIX. It means whatever, 59 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, it is making the rounds. So we kind of discussed that. And we've already disclaimed that myself and George are not so good at the sports stuff. Super Bowl LIX. I don't know what tea time is for it tomorrow or anything. I think you're supposed to say tee off. If you're talking about golf, tea time is for British.
No, that's also what they call it, tea time, because it refers to you teeing off.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna make all the dumb. That dude don't know nothing about sports jokes. I know people, but if it'll get me a thumb up, a thumb down, a comment, or whatever, I'm gonna keep on doing it. I don't know who's playing.
Yeah, football, that's that thing they do where you kick the ball and run around the bases.
That's the one. That is the one. I understand. I don't know who's.
For
I
those that
mean,
don't
I
realize I'm making this joke,
understand. Yeah, I understand that these are teams from. One's from Kansas City and one's from Philadelphia. I know that they have 11 active players on the time per side each. I understand enough of football. 10 yards at a time, yada, yada, yada. But as far as naming athletes and knowing their running statistics and their throwing statistics and their tackling statistics, I don't know.
the only ones I'm familiar with even a little bit, are either passed away, because I remember them from TV shows, or have done, the group that did the, I think it was baseball players versus football players, and it was over, taste great, less filling.
That's what I remember. Oh, did they play 2 years in a row? Maybe that's why I remember. In 73 and 74, apparently, the Miami Dolphins were in the NFL championships.
And I think it was against the Cowboys each time.
It said the team played its first Super Bowl. This is a snippet at googly bar. I just remember Miami Dolphins. I don't even remember Super Bowl VI or 6. And we're all the way up to 59 now. But that's what I remember. In my childhood, it was all about the Miami Dolphins. And the Dallas Cowboys. Not because of anything about them and the guys in the football. The Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. That was all of everything in the universe for a lot of decades. Who was the famous quarterback? Joe Namath?
No, Joe Namath played for New York Jets.
Yeah, but I mean, he was a famous quarterback.
Yes, he was. And he's
That's what.
famous for doing pantyhose commercials.
Oh, for real? Hey, Joe, I'm fine with it. You'd like to wear pantyhose?
He did because it kept his legs warm
Oh, okay.
playing football
How
up in New
cool is
York.
that? So basically, what I remember, Miami Dolphins,
They also called him Hollywood Joe.
early 1970s, Joe Namath. I don't even know how to spell it. Joe Namath.
In fact, when Little Abner came to Fayetteville, he played Little Abner.
Namath. Namath. N-A-M-A. Oh, should have just asked spell check. Elizabeth said back. Very good.
And see, the other one I remember was Rosie Greer because
George.
he played in Daniel Boone, the series, along with a few others. In fact, he played, I forgot what movie it was, but he played a guy that had two heads.
Yeah, Rosie Greer was in a bunch of stuff.
And he did needlepoint.
And the other guy that I don't know, and I asked about one of the actors in one of the football movies that I put on the list in the description. Are we even allowed to mention anymore that a certain dude named Simpson got out of football and got into acting? Can we mention his name ever anymore? I don't know, but I just did. You guys go figure it out.
And let's not
If
forget Mean Joe Green and the was it the PepsiCo or the Coca-Cola commercial? The Sody Pop show.
yeah, current stuff, nope. And my brother, who has access to the Discord, and he wants to set the record straight and feed the internet what everybody online should already know if you care about Super Bowl at all. Like crystal ball, who's gonna win and what's the point spread gonna be and blah la 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 and how many yards and well, you got access to the Discord, sir.
I
You've had
think is it Green?
months to go get yourself a freaking headset microphone set up.
Isn't it? I know it's Dallas is one. Dallas Cowboys is one, and I think the other one is Green Bay with the most tied for the most Super Bowl wins, something like that.
Oh yeah, I have no clue. Oh yeah, I forgot to write up in there. Well, I'm gonna leave it alone. I do remember the Cowboys cheerleaders, and I had
Oh yeah, their posters were the shizzle in the 70s and
80s and 90s
80s.
and early 2000s. They had screensavers you could buy.
Oh, okay. I just remember
This,
them in the poster shops in the 80s.
yes, and I had by the time the 80s got going good, my aunt had married a Texan, and he taught us some Texas rules. One that I already knew. Don't you dare say anything about a Texan's mother.
I think it's a rule. You don't say anything about any boy's mother or man's
Well,
mother. It's a quick way to
extra,
start a fight.
yeah, extra special if they're Texans. And then number two, they're called the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, not the Dallas Cowgirls. I don't know what they do these days. That's how it was back then. Don't you dare. Them's
But
fighting
Texas,
words. Remember the Alamo, etc., etc.
remember correctly, Texas has 2 football teams, the Cowboys and the Oilers.
And I think that's a religious thing. One denies the other utterly. I think. At least that's how it was with Uncle from Texas. He would get that big smile if you dared mention anything else in Texas other than cowboys, especially the cheerleaders. He'd get that kind of a goofy grin on his face and give you the side eyes. I don't think he was too much interested in the Cowboys and their football. He was interested in the sidelines.
And the
I think.
halftime shows.
Oh, yeah. At least that's the way I remember it. I mean, if my aunt was still around, I'd swear that he
There
was
was
such a
a isn't there
gentleman
a
and always looked away from the screen because all he cared about was the scores and the.
isn't there a singer who I think she was from the late 80s, early 90s that was also a former cheerleader and dancer?
Well, yeah, but she was a Lakers girl. You're talking about Paula Abdul,
Okay. I
I
just
think.
remember she was a cheerleader.
Like, because it's a hit and run. Yeah, that was Paula Abdul, I think. Let's ask. Was Paula Abdul a fly girl? A cheerleader? Yes, Paula Abdul was a cheerleader for the Los Angeles Lakers. She was the head cheerleader and choreographer for the Laker girls. See, that's what they called them back then. I don't know what they call them now.
Lakelet?
Yeah, I don't know. The cheer dudes. The cheer identities. Oh man, we should patent that. Copyright it. Instead of the born identity. It's the identity. Oh my gosh. Yep. Paula Abdul. Like a hit and run. Straight up now, mister. I don't remember any of her other stuff. I just remember that one. There's probably some other songs of hers
I
that
seem to
if
remember
I
she
started to hear them, I would go, oh yeah, that's Paula Abdul.
she was on something called Dance Fever. It was like a program that had dancers and disco dancers, and then every now and then they'd teach you a step. I think it came on Saturday nights late.
And I saw recently, like they all do, let's go look her back up. Was, yes. And then we go to the wiki. Mm,
American Idol, X Live Dance.
Head Over Heels, that's all her stuff. American Idol, Hey Paula, and Return to Music. from 10 to 15, she was on Live to Dance, The X Factor, and So You Think You Can Dance. And from 16 to present, she returned to performing with a Las Vegas residency. That's one of those. If I was happened to be in Las Vegas and there was a show with openings to go visit it, I might say, not because I want to, because later in life you might want to say, oh yeah, I went to her show once.
The only famous show that I can name off the bat that I went to was I want to say 78 New Year's Eve or 77 New Year's Eve in Greensboro, the Kiss concert.
She was married to Emilio Estevez. I didn't know that because I don't care. And I don't know who a Brad Becker man is.
Probably someone not really in the biz.
Yeah, probably not. He doesn't have his own wiki page, so it's just a civilian. I didn't know that she went to CSUN, California State University, Northridge. Now I know. I'm so improved. She was one of the original judges on American television series American Idol from 02 to 09. Okay. Are we done with Paula Abdul?
I think so.
Okay. Bye, Paula. Thanks. And hey, Elizabeth, if there's some kind of man meat actor that you want us to see if the IMDb has some photos of his chest, holla. The other ones that requested Vin Diesel have not checked in this stream. So I don't want to do Vin Diesel without the people that requested it. All right. We covered it. The Super Bowl is Kansas City Chiefs versus Philadelphia Eagles. I know nothing about either of them. I hope your team out there listening wins. And it is being held in New Orleans, Louisiana. I hope everybody is safe and nobody does anything stupid like they did a while back in New Orleans, Louisiana. Hey, all you bad guys, just stay home. Go get help. Don't do bad things. Uh, I guess we can go hunt down if anybody else hops in later and has anything to say. We can revisit the Super Bowl of tomorrow. You can say whatever you want to say about it. If you type it in the chat, we'll read it into the record. And I put up there that Adam Sandler has some flicks. L-I-X. I made another joke. The only one I care to mention or look at is called The Water Boy. I don't like anything about it except the actress, and I can't think of her name right now. She plays the older, the mother, the father, I don't know. She plays somebody in it and runs around calling everybody, you debbil. That's the
No, the
devil's
devil.
work.
The devil did it.
Yeah, I got it up on the
Okay.
screen. Debbil.
Okay.
You devil.
Wrestling is the devil's work.
Yep, that's right. And that's all I've got for the Water Boy. Do you like the movie
Well, I
more,
mean,
George?
Bates. I think her last name is Bates. I can't
Yeah,
remember her first name.
Kathy. It's Kathy.
Kathy Bates. She was the best. I hate to say it, in my opinion, she was the best thing about the movie, other than the convict girl.
That's all the only thing I remember besides, oh yeah, Adam Sandler's in it. So I probably hate it for that. The only thing I remember is her all throughout talking about the religious and the devil this and that's of the devil, and loved it, laughed very hard.
And it had Richard Pryor, and the Fonz.
Henry Winkler.
Yep, he played the coach. Jerry Reed played the coach of the other team, and it had what's his name, Steve Austin. Can't remember Bill. I wish Bill was here. He'd know the full name. I think his last name is Austin or Steve Austin. No, Steve Austin. Austin from wrestling.
Oh yeah, the guy that ran around with the John 3:16 hats. Yeah, it'll be all right. I give it 1 out of 10, except for, I think her name's Kathy with a K. Kathy Bates makes it 2 out of 10. How much would you give it a water boy, George?
Oh, at least a 5 because it was watchable.
George equals 5 out of 10. And if you get back in time or want to type stuff, if you're not busy otherwise, Elizabeth, throw your numbers out of 10 for the water boy if you recollect it. I don't even know what year it was. 10,000 years ago. The water boy. 1998. And nope, I ain't clicking nothing. I don't care who else was in it. All right, let's go look at some other football movies. But yes, and
I'll be back
man,
in a few minutes.
Kathy Bates did the whole thing in, can't think of the name of it, based on a Stephen King book. One of the movies based on a book of any kind or flavor, but especially Stephen King's, where I might actually say that movie's just as good as that book. She did so good of a job. It's not coming to me, and it's not about football. It's about foot golfing with a sledgehammer. Go look it up yourself. Kathy Bates. Let's look at The Blind Side, 2009. I have never seen it. If you have seen it, holla. 03 55. Other football related movies. I should have put a thing in writing about, hey, New Orleans has paid its dues for quite a many decades. Bad guys, leave it alone. Storms, leave it alone. So let's ask the Google Ishbar. The Blind in 2009 at the IMDb. Not a sponsor, not an endorser. Just who I use. It has information collected in one place. That are all. Oh, I might have tried to watch this, but fell asleep. Let me see if I can scroll back up and get the score at IMDb. PG-13, 2 hours, 7.6. So it's well rated at IMDb. Can I see the snip? Okay. The story of Michael owe her. A homeless and traumatized boy who became an All-American football player and first-round NFL draft pick with the help of a caring woman and her family. It says it's a docudrama, so it's and biographical. So yeah, I have seen pieces of it. But I don't remember what happened, like if I was on call that night and had to go to work or something happened. I didn't see all of it. So I don't really have a good opinion. I don't, I of course know who Sandra Bullock is. She's in a lot of shows and movies, mainly movies that I dig the most. But she's not one of those movie actor star people that I don't feel competent or goofy enough to be able to do that whole hello photo and make goofies and funnies and everything else. I don't know why. It's just not my thing. But if anybody knows, holla. Type it up there in the comments or the chats or the whatever. Did they do a good job with this movie? The
I
IMDb.
have no clue.
The IMDb thinks so. And I'm not gonna hello photo it and photo crawl it because I haven't seen it and I don't know enough to say about it. I just know that it was when I was thinking, what are all them football movies? And I probably could have just asked the Google bar. I just went on what I could remember. Okay. Done with the blind side. Next.
Well, Goldie Hawn played a football coach in a football movie called Wildcat.
Bill Hughes said, welcome back, Bill. Michael Oher, his last name is pronounced like the word or. Oh, or. Michael Orr. Thank you, sir. I apologize, Michael Orr. Shows you how much I know. Maybe I should have paid better attention and watched the daggone movie. They probably would have said so.
Now,
Do you
here's
want to
a
give
funny
it a
one for you.
number rating, Bill? Go ahead.
I was going to say, I can connect you to the movie Wildcats in 3 moods, 3 parts of separation.
3
Tab,
degrees.
yeah, Tab Thatcher was in it. He's from North Carolina. I met him, and he chased me around the halls of one of the dorms, Pembroke University, December of 1980, because he was a wrestler he was a freshman wrestler at that time when I was getting ready to be a freshman in high school, and I wrestled, and we both went to the Pembroke wrestling camp, and I trained with you. There, 3 points.